Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Good morning, friends. Good morning, friends. It's Sunday. It's Sewing Street, and I'm still Stuart Hillard. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Do you know, I'm slightly distracted by the Puffins. But I still don't know which way to turn in life generally. Puffins, very excited about that. We've got such a fun morning ahead of us. You've picked a good day, but brr, wasn't it cold this morning? -6, scraping ice. But it actually felt warmer. I don't know why, perhaps I've just given up. Anyway, welcome to Sewing Street. Let's get started with our early bird. We've actually got 3 today. 3 little birds sat on my window. And they told me I don't have to worry. I love that song. Right, we're starting off with some fabric bundles. Now, what you're getting here, I've got 3 options. Let me start with this one. You've got 1/2 metre of this gorgeous floral printed denim. And it's a lovely sort of chambray weight. Beautiful, beautiful. This is extra wide. And it's printed all over. It's a lovely sort of medium toned denim. And then you've got that beautiful white print featuring little floral sprigs and butterflies. Width-wise, this is 58 inches wide, the floral printed denim. So you're getting 1/2 metre of that. And then you're also getting 1/2 metre of cotton canvas in this beautiful icy blue. I think it's stunning. Now straight away I want to make a bag out of this, which would be enough to make a really decent sized bag, probably a rucksack style or messenger style, something like that. That's 55 inches wide as well, so you're getting massive amount of value here. Should we jump straight in with the early bird price? That's not the Come on, tell me what are we going to? Do it. Do it. Do it again. Do it again. There you go. That's the one. £7.48 for 1/2 metre of extra wide printed chambray and 1/2 metre of beautiful cotton canvas. £7.48 for this, less than £7.50. Extra wide, absolutely gorgeous. £3.74 a 1/2 metre. That's bonkers. These are fabulous fabrics, really popular anyway. You've got 1/2 metre of your printed chambray, 1/2 metre of your ice blue cotton canvas. That is stunning. What would you make? 1/4 of the stock's already gone. We've got good stock, 1/4 of it's already gone. What about a sewing machine cover? Or a sewing machine mat? What about a lovely big bag? What about some cushions for the conservatory? Freshen it up. Do you know what? If ever I'm feeling a bit jaded or feel a bit, you know, there's mornings we feel a bit, I don't know, pasty and wan. I always put light blue chambray on. It just kind of lifts everything. It just makes me feel brighter. Something about that fabric, something about that colour. Summery, very summery. If you want to bring a bit of that summery feeling, a little reversible tote, a couple of reversible totes. It's going to be gorgeous. Morning to Claire, who says good morning, Stuart and all. Laurie says morning, Stuart and team. Big hugs to everybody. Have a great day. Thank you for that, my darling. Patricia says morning, Stuart. Love you from Blackpool. Hope you have a great day. Patricia, I hope you have a great day too. Pam says good morning, lovely, and a good morning to you. Liz says morning, Stuart. Ready for a day of sewing. Liz, we're all ready for that. It's going to be fab. We've got Jenny Jackson here today. Another message from Ginny, who's in Essex. Good morning. From a very frosty Essex. I know. It's so cold this morning. And I used the de-icer and it didn't even work. It just froze along with the ice. So I still had to get out and scrape it. Really cold at the moment. Good morning from G. Sent by Martina. You've intrigued me. Yeah. Good morning from Germany. Thank you, Martina. Good morning. Hey, I didn't realise we were out there, international. I love it. Myra, who's in Falkirk, says, morning, Stuart. Nice to wake up to you from Myra near Stirling. I want that on a t-shirt. Nice to wake up to. Oh, now I love Stirling. Thank you. A cup of tea's just arrived. Just going to bring that on. Lovely. Gorgeous. This does feel like sort of wake up with Stuart, doesn't it? Stirling's beautiful. What a lovely place. I nearly went to Stirling University, actually. I did. It was just, do you know, the only thing that stopped, well, there were two things that stopped me going, because I went up and I had a lovely time. But it took 9 hours to get there on the coach, which felt like a very long time and a very long way away from mum and dad. And I would have to have done 4 years instead of 3. But I go back and I teach at Stirling University every couple of years, so it's nice. I love it. Anyway, this is gorgeous, isn't it? That's the first one of 3 early birds. Well over half that stock has gone. We had loads of stock of this. It's absolutely flying out. You might go for all 3 early birds today because we've got really gorgeous early birds. It's got a bit of a summery theme to it, actually. We've got summer floral. Now look at this. This is a really lovely palette. I love these two together. That is gorgeous. Gorgeous. We're dropping that price straight down. You know where this is going. £7.48. So you've got extra wide, same width, extra wide floral printed denim. My hand's there for scale. So you've got a nice big floral sprig. Really impactful, isn't it? Really impactful. I love that. A little bit darker denim this time. And then you've got this cotton canvas. I adore the colour of this. You might use them, I would use them together, definitely. I think this would be such a gorgeous couple of tote bags. Well, look, I'm not being funny. If you think of it like this, if I fold this in half and then in half again, right? So that is still a decent tote bag width. Yeah, if you make to sell, this is your profit, isn't it? Buying fabric at this price. If you're making sell for charity, you see that's still going to be about 13 inches wide, finished width on your tote bag. I would probably go with about 14 or 15 inches in depth by the time you've boxed the bottom. And then look, you've got this at the top to make 2 shoulder straps. So this is 2 tote bags and 2 linings. Make them reversible. Add a little charm or a little, you know, something on the front. Job's a good one. Less than 30 of this bundle already. It's absolutely flying out. You could get all 3 actually. Make 6 bags. Think of that. 6 bags for £22.50 or so. A little bit of interfacing inside. I wouldn't wad them. You could, but I would use a medium weight fusible interfacing, and then I would probably do them as kind of roll up in a little purse, kind of tuck in your pocket, that kind of tote bag. Really cool. All 3 bundles together, £22.44 for all 3 bundles. Amazing. Less than 20 of this bundle left. It's really bright and cheery, isn't it? It's full of the joys of spring. Even though it isn't. So far we've had our gorgeous, crisp, alpine-y. I'll just turn this around because look, there we go. It relates, you see. There we go. So that's your lovely alpine, fresh, gorgeous springy. This is your hot and spicy, warmer summer. Love it. I have a special message to give out anyway. Enough of all of that. Maria's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, can you say morning to my gorgeous little granddaughter Ella and my gorgeous daughter Holly? Ella, Holly and Maria. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. Good to have your company. Kath's also got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart. Looking forward to seeing Jenny and all her wonderful new projects. You're going to love it. We've got so many Jenny Jackson projects this morning. Sandra's got in touch. Morning, Stuart and the team. Hope you've got your thermals on today or kept the shawl. I have kept the shawl. Sandra in not so sunny Glasgow. Maria says, morning Stuart, hope you're warmer than yesterday. I am warmer than yesterday, but I don't know why, because I think it's colder. Wendy says, morning, very cold here as well. Looking forward to a lovely morning with you. Foggy and frosty in Hertfordshire today from Collector in Bedfordshire. Bedfordshire, sorry, not Hertfordshire, Bedfordshire. I need glasses. Oversubscribed. You need to grab them. All right, last one. Now, this one, they usually start at 9:48. This one's starting at 8:48, so you're going to get a real bargain with this one. You're going to get a proper bargain with this one. Well, they're all proper bargains, but I mean a massive bargain with this one, because this one should be £8.48, but not today. No siree. You're kidding me. Wait till you see this. Do it. £6.99. Amazing. You've got little sprigs. That's cute, isn't it? I like that. That is really cute. Little sprigs, little flowers. And then, extra wide again, of course. And then you've got your cotton canvas in this beautiful plummy, lilac-y. I love that. Absolutely gorgeous. And that's a really lovely sturdy fabric too. Perfect for bag making. Great for cushions as well. Really nice. Third of the stock's already gone. Jan says, good morning Stuart and everyone. No frost here today. Jan, where are you? Portugal? Where in the UK isn't frosty? I'm glad for you. That sounds lovely. I'll be straight over. Susan says, morning. Good morning, love. Mo's got in touch. Morning, handsome. Watching in bed with hubby. Not looked outside yet. Don't bother, Mo. Don't bother, Mo. It's just white and frosty, cold. It's not. Don't do it. Don't do it. But talking about cold and frosty, you know, and what loves cold and frosty, puffins. They are gorgeous. They are gorgeous. Lots of you are coming through for these. Let me grab these. So Jenny Jackson has brought so many new projects today, but this is just one of the projects that she's bringing, the Puffin tote bag. I can't decide which one I love more. I'm thinking it's the waves, the sort of naturalistic background, but then I really love that sort of robin egg blue background on this one. Aren't they gorgeous? Look, kissing puffins. They're kissing. They're kissing. All EPP, absolutely lovely. We've got that coming up later. Let's do today's menu, shall we? And see what loveliness we've got coming up. So first off, 8 a.m, fabulous fabric. At 9 o'clock, Jenny Jackson's here with her Strip of the Month launch. It is sensational. It's a foundation paper pieced, sew a row, 12-month. Look at this quilt. Oh, look at that. There's a blue version. And there's a beautiful spring floral version as well. All foundation paper piece. There's flying geese, there are jewel blocks, there's square in a square, there's some little hearts, there's kisses for everybody. Absolutely fab, absolutely fab. Need to give you a quick stock warning. Sorry about this, but this one, quarter of the stock, gone. Could well be gone before we even get to the show, because this show isn't coming up until 11 o'clock. We won't get any more today either. So if you want this one, super cute, I would grab it now. Don't listen to me waffling on. Jump on, get the puffin, and then sit back and relax when Jenny comes on and just enjoy the show. All right, let's go back to the menu. So at 10 o'clock, sewing room tools. I'm going to be showing you how to use the Crazy 8, the Crazier 8, it's going to get crazier, and also the Crazy 6-inch template sets from Creative Grids. We're also going to be looking at the hexagon trim tool. We're going to have lots of demos in that hour, so stick around. At 11 o'clock, there it is, the Puffin tote. And there's also a second lot of projects as well. A gorgeous sewing machine cover with English paper piecing on that too. So that's super exciting. Isn't that stylish? I love it, and I love the Grello. Really nice colour combo. Yeah, pockets underneath, beautiful. Use it as your sewing machine mat as well. Perfect. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got needle turn applique from Jenny with a gorgeous floral applique wall hanging. Isn't that gorgeous? Striking and modern. And then if you're collecting the flower EPPs, we've got spring. Here it is, tulips. Tulips, absolutely beautiful. Jan's got back in touch to say, no, not quite Portugal, Portland. Oh, well, I was close. I was close. Not Portland, Oregon either, no. Portland here, which would be cold and frosty. Well, no, but it's not frosty there. How long would it take me to get there? Where are we going? Wendy says, morning Stuart, can't watch for a while. Got to do breakfast service in the B&B, but we'll be back later. Oh, full English, please. Full English, please. And Hannah would like poached egg on toast. Oh, yummy. Oh, if ever there was a morning for a full English. Now, can I just remind you that if you're one of the people, many of you have already checked out on your early birds, lots of you going for all three actually, or your Puffin tote, you've already paid your P&P. We charge one P&P for the entire day. It does not matter how many times you check out or what you buy, be it a panel, an early bird, or a brand new overlocker or sewing machine. You'll only pay $3.95 for the entire day. And don't worry, if you check out for something and later on you see something you love, you won't get charged again, which is brilliant news. All right, keep going through for your early birds. They've been extremely popular. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Yeah, I'm going to take everything down with me, but I'm prioritising and taking my tea first, obviously. obviously. Right, got that. My movable feast today. My movable feast. We've got a big picture there for some reason. Move that out of the way. I'm still here, folks. I'm still here. I haven't run off. Right, okay. I'll bring the early birds down. Hello. Welcome spring. Well, I don't know. Things have just been left. I don't know. I've got all sorts. Right. Right, let's start with Tilda Fat Quarter Bundle. This is Hometown. And this is the gorgeous little bundle of coordinating colours. This is so cute, so usable, whether you bought the Hometown collection or whether you just absolutely love Tilda and you want coordinates that will go with pretty much any range you've bought. Now in here you've got 6 fat quarters. You've got the gorgeous lilac lavender, you've got the sage green, you've got aqua, blue, it's a lovely denim-y chambray blue. You've got the gold, nice and subtle that. And then you've got this sort of rusty, browny red colour. Now each of the designs features a gorgeous kind of country cabin. You can use this with any collection really. You can use this with your non-Tilda, of course. It's just a good all-over print. You've got this cute little shack, a little orchard of fruit trees, a bench to sit and relax and watch the world go by on, a little picket fence, maybe a little breakfast. Morning, Stuart. My husband's just brought me breakfast in bed. Fiona, he's a keeper. Mushrooms, bacon, scrambled egg, toast and tea. A keeper or what? Fiona, you took the words out of my mouth, literally. And tea. And tea. Absolutely spoiled rotten, and so you should be. So you should be. Well done, Fiona's husband. Fabulous. Fabulous. What about us? What about me? Where's mine? Oh, that sounds lovely. Love scrambled egg on toast. Yummy. Absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. 8 of these bundles left, that's all. We've just got 8 of them. Lilac lavender, sage green, aqua. Aqua's gorgeous, isn't it? I love that colour. You've got your denim blue, your rust, your gold. We've got 5 left now, $22.99. I got my greasy little mitts on the brand new Tilda yesterday. It's called Pie in the Sky. But bizarrely, I looked all the way through it, couldn't find any pies on the fabric anywhere. But anyway, I'll forgive them for that. It's gorgeous. This would fit rather nicely in with it too, of course. Now, as well as doing all the menu and the good mornings and everything else, this is also a very, very, very special day because of this. It's Lunar New Year. Happy Lunar New Year, which I believe in Chinese you say Gong Hei Fa Choi. I'm not going to mangle it any more than that. I've done it once, that's it. But happy Lunar New Year. It is now the year of the rabbits. The year of the rabbit, which I know Emma Bradford, who was here yesterday, was born in the year of the rabbit. So this begins a very special year for her and anybody else born in the year of the rabbit. So anyway, we're having a big celebration back home tonight for New Year. So we've got all the lanterns up and special food and should be good fun. Should be good fun. I'm up for any kind of celebration, you know me. All right, I'll leave the Tilda there. I'm going to grab some Liberty. Some Liberty. Now I've got 3 bundles of Liberty here, fat quarters. Now, let me find the right one. Ending 24. Yeah. Oh, this is pretty. Really pretty. So I've got a fat quarter bundle here of Liberty. And let me show you. Gorgeous, gorgeous. This is really pretty. So you've got your little roses and rosebuds on a nice crisp white. That's gorgeous. Little tiny ditzy print. Pretty as well, that yellow. Little hint of green in there. The printing's in green. That's so gorgeous. Ah, fresh as a daisy. Little cafetiere cover, little cozy, little placemats for the table. Just bring a bit of fresh spring colour. I think in the morning as well, when you get up and you have your breakfast, a little bit of something on the table just makes you feel happier, doesn't it? Morning, Stuart, says Julie in Bedfordshire. Morning, Stuart. Well, I had to fetch my muesli myself. Well, me too, in fairness. But I brought the cat Molly's breakfast to bed for her to have breakfast in bed. She's 22. Sorry, I shouldn't shout that. Sorry, Molly. She's 22. Adorable. You look like a kitten to me. You look like a kitten. That's gorgeous. That's gorgeous. Aww. Mrs. Mills loves getting in bed in the morning, cuddling down. We call it family time. It's adorable. $16.99 for those liberties. There's 2 of them left. I need to say a few good mornings. Lynn says, good morning, Stuart and team. Cold and frosty, yes, but pink sky. Pretty. Loving the blues this morning. Pink sky sounds lovely. Steph says, good morning, Stuart. Looking gorgeous as always. I will take that, Steph. Thank you. Have you changed channel this morning? What's all this strip of the month? It's fabulous. It's right behind me. It's going to be glorious. I can't wait. Bernadette says, morning, Stuart. Oh, Tilda. You know how I love all things Tilda. So looking forward to seeing the new range. Much love, Bernadette. Bernadette, I'll give you a sneaky peek later. Hilary says, the year of the rabbit is both my husband Mike and my son Rob. Super duper year for you. I think celebrations in order. Right. Now then, next up. Should we go all pale? Okay, right. This is more Liberty, Lazenby. Lazenby. Oh, okay. Right. So this is 5 more fat quarters. This is lovely and soft and gentle, kind of nice, soft, gentle Easter colours. Newest addition this is to the Flower Show range in Pebble. These lovely soft greys. I think they're lovely. They're really lovely. They're a nice bridge actually between sort of the tradition of Liberty and that modern colour palette of greys and silvers. Really nice for maybe a baby quilt. Yeah. Something lovely. Maybe something like pretty hexagons like Grandmother's Flower Garden. Done really pretty, soft, gentle colours. Price is brilliant as well, isn't it? £20.99. I don't think you could buy anything in Liberty for £20.99, but you can get these today. Now, other end of the spectrum, still from in those pebble shades, this is 5 fat quarters. Again, different fabrics. You've got that pretty floral, little rose print there on grey. Oh, nice. Oh, I really like that too. Now, I think I'd be very inclined, if I was making a quilt with these, to go both sets, and then you've got right through from very lightest to very darkest, and they would just go beautifully together, wouldn't they? Good morning, Stuart, says Sandra, who's in East Sussex. I am very new to Sewing Street and loving it. Thank you, Sandy. Sandy, we love new friends. We love new friends. Hang on there 1 minute. I'll be back. I'll be back. Oh. Right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Sorry, Sandra. Sandy, we love new friends. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, let me put that there. Right. So those are the ones from Liberty, but we've put together some little bundles of fat quarters from Liberty as well. So we're still doing Liberty here. Shall we do this little bundle here with the very dark? I'll pop those there. Those are gorgeous. There we go, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. So very darkest. Love this soft green. You're getting 4 fat quarters, $15.98. That's a really good price. This is Liberty quilting cotton. Newest flower show collection in these lovely soft colours. Really soft, but I love that black, but it's not a harsh black, it's quite a soft black background. So, and don't ever think you can't put black if you're doing something like children's quilts or baby quilts. Babies really only see contrast between blacks, greys, whites, that kind of thing. So babies will love it. Oh, Steph says, apparently I was born in the year of the rooster. You can call me a hen anytime. No problem. Yeah, I was born in the year of the pig, and I remember being a little bit, oh, it's not very glamorous, is it? But we were in China, and I mentioned this to a friend there and colleague, and she said, oh, no. We say pig has the same sound as pearl. So here we say if you're born in the year of the pig, you're as precious as a pearl, which I think is wonderful. You can always put a positive spin. You can always put a positive spin. Yes, I know they were trying to make me feel better about things, but actually though, also, of all the animals on the farm, Charlie and I love pigs the best. We love the pigs. So, you know, yeah, very intelligent. Very intelligent. Okay. Positive spin. All right, it's lovely. $15.98 for those. $15.98 for those. Now, next up, should we do these? Gorgeous. So, I'm just gonna... Yeah, there's a couple that are the same as before. These two are the same, but these two are different. So if you want to mix and match... Oh, Sandy says, I was born in the year of the snake. I love the story about the race, isn't it? There's a story that all of the animals had a race, and it was whoever, you know, came first, second, third. That was how the years got put in order of the Lunar New Year, I think. There we go. Year of the snake, rooster, pig, rabbit. And then the last one that we've got, this is starts off with a darker but softer grey. I love that. That's really pretty. Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous. There we go. Lovely. Dark to light. That'd be fun to do something like a tumbling blocks quilt, you know, with 60-degree diamonds. So it looks like a 3D, a dark, a medium and a light, like that kind of combo. And then use that for a little border. You could mix and match all of these together, you know, and make a very pretty log cabin. Use some of the darks and the mediums for the dark side, and then the lights. And I would probably mix them with some pretty pastel solids in the lights. That would be gorgeous. Really pretty. Karen's got in touch. Good morning. Haven't watched for a while, so hoping to get my sewing inspiration fired up. Karen in Leeds. Karen, stick around. I tell you what, we've got, I think it's 6 brand new projects from Jenny Jackson today. I'm going to be demoing how to do crazy patchwork and hexagons at 10 o'clock. We've got loads to inspire you, Karen. Stick around. Foundation paper piecing masterclass, English paper piecing masterclass. We're going to be doing a turned edge applique masterclass as well. I say we, I mean Jenny. I'm just going to be here for, you know, a floor show. But stick around, Karen. We'll get your Sojo back up and running. Don't you worry. You just stick with us. You just stick with us. Right, we've got, this is a pretty little pairing, little duo. I love these. I always... 1/2 metre times 2, I always think bag. I always think bag. But there's lots of things you can do with 2 fabrics. You get 2 1/2 meters, 1/2 metre of this gorgeous mid-scale Liberty floral, 1/2 metre of this really soft pale pink solid to go with. I think that's a gorgeous combo. Absolutely beautiful. I'd just go stripes. I'd go kind of strippy, you know, long strip, maybe narrow strip, wide strip, narrow strip, something like that. Be really nice for some cushions, be really nice for a bag. You could make quilt blocks out of that. Oh, everyone's getting on board now. Fiona was born, oh, she didn't say she was born in the year of the pig, but it says, yep, the pig was late to the party, so it's the last symbol, but the most sociable. I'm never the last one to the party. Trust me, Fiona, I'm always the first one there, and I'm certainly the first one to the buffet. But that's only because I don't like food that's been picked over. Tapas, no, can't do it. But that's gorgeous. Pam was born in the year of the tiger. Fiona says, morning Stuart Hillard and the team. Very formal there, Fiona. From a frosty barn Oldswick, I was born in the year of the goat. Yes, I love a goat. I love a goat. Beautiful. Right, what should we do next? The bolts. This is a very special one for two people. I'll just show you them side by side so you can see where I'm going with this. We don't very often do this actually, but today we are. We've got two single bolts of fabric. We've got the aqua and we've got the pink, and they feature this gorgeous little panda, koala, rabbit and deer. Now there are 13.5 meters on this bolt. We'll start with sea foam. You're getting the whole bolt. You're getting the whole bolt. 13.5 meters on the bolt. Should be 188.73, but we're going to crash that price to, wow, 113.24. Now, can you just tell me how much per meter that makes this fabric? 13.5 meters for 113.24. £8.38 a meter. That's incredible. £8.38 per metre. You're getting 13.5 metres. Now this would be amazing to, if you make to sell, amazing. You could do lovely little elasticated waist, shorts and trousers, little tops, that would be cute. You could make a gorgeous duvet cover, pillows, a little skirt to go around the bottom of the bed. That would be beautiful. It's quilt weight cotton. 42, 44 inches wide. You've got split pays as well, 37.74. 3 of those. Now I've also got that same design, same amount, 13.5 meters in the pink. This is such a pretty colour. You could do a whole nursery or children's room in this, couldn't you? Little PJ bag. That would be cute. Really sweet. Really sweet. And lovely to mix with a few solids or a few tone-on tones would go really nicely. I'm just going to grab for a second. You remember that Liberty bundle that was floral and pink? Well, look how lovely our really pale pink goes. Yeah, you can get that on the website. So beautiful. More if you're going for this than we've actually got. We've only got one bolt. There's literally one. You're making a massive saving. It's got to be about 40% saving on that. You're only paying £8 and change per metre for that. You get 13.5 metres on the bolt. Great bargain for 2 of you, but that's literally all we've got, 1 of each. Right, let's move on. Now, all of the denims that were in the bundle as well. Okay, let me grab those. So those early birds that we had this morning, I've got by the half metre. Let's start with the really cheery flowers. The bundle sold out, but we do have this by the half metre. Now this is, I think it was 58 wide, wasn't it? 58 inches wide. We've only had this in bundles so far, but we've got this by the half metre. It's £4.99 per half metre. Lots of you that bought the, in fact, everybody that bought the bundle bought multiples. Oh, sorry. Beg your pardon. Right, so everyone that's gone for this by the half metre has gone for multiples. It's great for dressmaking, isn't it? Make a really nice pinafore dress out of this. That would be cute. Really cute. It's not a heavy denim, by the way. You could definitely make a shirt. It's like a shirting weight. Actually, it's really nice. It's really soft. That is beautiful. So if you wanted to have sort of, you know, you could use it as a lining for a jacket as well. It's fine enough for that. That is gorgeous. It's actually sold out in the early bird bundle, but by the half metre we have this available. £4.99 per half. Now width-wise, I'm just going to hold this up actually so you can see. There we go. I'm going to literally fill the screen. There we go. That's pretty good, huh? £4.99 for that, what you can see. So obviously if you want 1.5 metres, go 3 units and then you'll have plenty. Bear in mind, if you're using this for dressmaking, this is extra wide. So have a look on your pattern and you will need less of this. You're already getting a great price on it, but because it's extra wide, you'll be able to get more out of each half metre. Really pretty, that. Lovely bit of colour. Now, shall we do this one next with butterflies? Cute, really cute. We've only got 10 metres of this available, actually. I think this would be really nice for home deck. Actually, I think you could do a really, really nice pillow cases, maybe a bit of a bed runner or a quilt. Because it's 55 inches wide, you could actually get something like maybe 1.5 metres as a whole piece, layer it, quilt it and bind it and have that as a really nice sort of throw size quilt. And I would just do a big crosshatch, maybe 3 or 4 inches wide. Lay down, you know, mark a line first of all with a ruler, mark it with some masking tape, walking foot, stitch, and then just take your next one, measure out, put your masking tape down and stitch along the side of the masking tape. Do all of that in one direction and then mark your line going the other way and stitch again, and that would be simple and quick. Elizabeth says, hi Stuart, I'm a fiery goat apparently. Not sure what that says about me. I do like eating most things, but I'm not good at climbing. Fab show, thanks. Well, I mean, goats do all kinds of things. They do climb, they do like to eat. It's interesting actually, goats, I've heard of goats, as lots of you know, and goats don't eat anything. They're quite fussy. I mean, they eat some stuff that you think, why are you eating brambles? Why are you eating thorns? But there's lots of lovely things that they won't touch. My goats are like, ooh, apple. Ooh, not sure about that. And I think, come on, it's a Braeburn. But anyway, what can you do? That's now sold out. Well done if you got that. Well done if you got that. There are some bundles of that left with 0.5 metre of that with the ice blue cotton canvas, but that's all. Right, little sprig, ending 2.9. So this was teamed earlier on as an early bird with some purple cotton canvas. Half the stock of this is gone. It's only £3.99 per half metre. This would make a gorgeous shirt. It's meant to be £4.99, but apparently we're selling it for £3.99 today. So there we go. There we go. There we go. Lisa says, I'm a snake. Apparently that makes me mysterious and wise. Not sure that's right, but I am wise to watch Sewing Street, especially when you're on, Stuart. Oh, Lisa, you grabbed it back there. Well done. Steph's a rooster. Apparently they're deep thinkers, warm, honest, bright and capable. I'll take that. I would take that too. Bev says, morning Stuart, I was born in the year of the monkey. I think John Scott must have been born in the year of the monkey too, don't you? Haley's a monkey too. Haley's a monkey. I'm a monkey. Not sure I fit the description these days of clever at puzzles, but definitely cheeky. I love it. Life's a puzzle. Spend our whole lives working it out. And just as you think you've got the answers, you think, no, I've lost the corner piece. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's dropped down the back of the sofa. Well, that's a bargain, that, isn't it? £3.99 per half metre. There's only 10 metres left of this. Now, can we do plaid? Let's do plaid, because I love this. It's about to sell out, though. It's about to sell out. That is beautiful. Could use that in so many ways. Sold out now. Get it out of my sight. It's sold out. Pretty floral. This is the last one now of the chambrays, the printed chambrays. But again, just lovely. And I absolutely would wear a shirt in that. I think that would be delish, don't you? Do you like my new shirt, by the way? I got this yesterday. Do you like my new shirt? Do you like no, sorry, not yesterday, the day before. Do you like it? I don't know if you want to get a little close in. Do you? You might want to just get a little sneaky peek of that. No. I'll show you later. I'll show you later. I'm teasing you. But all will become clear. Sorry, cat. Sorry, cat. Check this out. It's got a rainbow on it. It says Sewing Street. And can you see what it says at the bottom? It says... Stuart Hillard. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Because, grand reveal, this is... If you buy anything on February the 2nd or February the 3rd, which is the Queen's official birthday, you'll get one of these badges. I like the fact that Stuart Hillard is quite subtle, so you don't have to walk around with a name badge of me all the time. But it's been designed specially for me because rainbow is my favourite colour. And there you go. So it's not available yet, but if you buy anything on the 2nd or the 3rd of February, 3rd of February is my official birthday. It's my birthday. Then you could get that. So there we go. That's a little tease. Right. Floral. There we go. There we go. Moda Little Ducklings. Did you find the picture of the baby mine? No, we don't have that. Okay. If you have a look on my Instagram, Stuart Hillard Makes, or my Facebook, Stuart Hillard 9, I think it is, bizarrely. I did a quilt a little while back using this lovely range from Moda. It's called Little Ducklings. Very, very pretty. Obviously, it was designed as a nursery range, but there are fabrics in there, the florals, the spots in particular, that I think would work very, very nicely anyway. Pretty. Let's start with the florals, these 3 florals. We've got a grey, a blue and a lemon yellow. Let's start lemon yellow because that's pretty, ending 9-4. Wow. Wow. Is that a crashed price? Should be £7.49 a half metre. It's £5.24. This is the morning of bargains. This is delicious. The soft yellow is beautiful, isn't it? It's so soft and gentle. I think that would be lovely for dressmaking too. Diane says, hi Stuart, lovely fabrics this morning. Trying to decide which ones I really need. Diane and Milo. I need to see Milo. Who's Milo? Well, do you know, it's not about need, is it? It's about want. It's just about want. It's lovely. This is pretty, really pretty. I think that's very soft and gentle. We have only got 3 meters of this remaining, and at that price, we will not have it remaining for very long. Let's do grey next, ending 9-7. So lovely soft grey. We're going to crash to that price throughout these. So you're going to get some real good bargains here. This would be lovely again. Even if you don't want to use this on the front of your quilt, use it as backing. What a beautiful backing. Smashing stuff. Love that soft lilac, little bit of gold, teal, that white as well. It's really fresh. And again, these ones, not specific to sort of children or baby ranges. Collector in West Midlands says, morning Stuart, I kept 6 goats many years ago. They were very handy for trimming the hedgerows, and they clearly know what plants are poisonous, Marie. It's true, they really do. They won't touch buttercups. Buttercups are toxic to goats, and they won't touch them. So how would they know if they like butter? Well, I suppose they can still pop it under their chin. They just won't eat it. Now then, ice blue ending 1-2. This is the one I used in the quilt I made. There's only 5 meters of this left, but it is delicious. Delicious. Karen's messaged me to say, morning Stuart, although it's the year of the rabbit, it's more specifically the year of the water rabbit. It only happens once every 60 years, and I am 60 this year. I am a water rabbit. Karen, that sounds very, very fortuitous for this year to me. It sounds very significant. This, I feel, is going to be a fabulous year for you. Listen to me, I sound like Russell Grant, don't I? It's going to be a fabulous year for water rabbits everywhere. Kath says, the year of the dog for me. Loyal, sincere and honest. I would like to think that's true. Sounds like good qualities to have, Kath. Morning, Stuart and the gang. I'm a dirty rat, says Christine in the West Midlands. Christine, I adore you. You dirty rat. You dirty rat. People here do not know what I'm talking about, but you do. Wasn't it James Cagney? You dirty rat. My dad used to do that all the time. Right, little spots. Little spots. Grey, 1-0. So the grey, again, these two, I think these would be awesome to have in your stash. These would both make amazing background prints, neutrals, borders, backings. Just grab yourself a metre and a half of this for your stash. The quality is divine. It is so silky, soft and smooth. Honestly, these fabrics are sleepers. Do you know what I mean? They're ones you'd look and think, well, you know, but I mean, for your stash, amazing. You'd be like, why didn't I buy 10 meters of that? It's about to sell out though. So, all right, blue. And this is such a lovely, clean, bright white, and that lovely clear bright blue as well. Isn't that sweet? It's very creased. I'm just trying to yeah. Yours will be flatter than that, I'd like to think. But very, very pretty. So useful to have in your stash. Again, nothing about that says that it's for a nursery, so if you're not making a baby quilt, it doesn't matter. All right, little floral, one little floral ending 8-4. Again, good stash builder. Just very, very pretty. Perfect quality fabric. It's from Moda and it's so smooth and soft. Never been lower than this, by the way. So you've picked the right day. And then 2 little prints which have just a very delicate print on them in white and in soft grey of a little goose and her baby. Well, I say it's called little ducklings, but that to me looks like a goose, but maybe it is meant to be a duck. I don't know. Yeah, maybe an Indian runner. An Indian runner. Should be £7.49. We're going to drop the price to £5 and 24 pence. Little baby bag. Little changing mat. Cute. Morning, Stuart. I'm a dragon. Oh, I see what you mean. Ask anyone. Enjoying the show. Leslie in Leicestershire. I'm a dragon. I would like... Dragon's glamorous, isn't it? Powerful. Fierce. Fiery. Yeah, I like that. 24. You see, the Chinese New Year animals to me seem much more exciting and I don't know, somehow meaningful than our kind of, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, which I don't know. I don't really understand what that means. I'm an Aquarian and I'm not really, I don't know. Airy fairy. Apparently though, my area of weakness on my body is my ankles. Aquarius rules the ankles. And I do sprain my ankles on quite a regular basis. So, I mean, maybe there is a bit of truth in that. Who knows? Soft lemon yellow. Oh, it's sold out. Okay, fair enough. I had a book many, many years ago called The Bad News Zodiac, which was all the bad things about your star sign. And it was written in a very funny way, though. It was hilarious. Yeah, these ones here. We won't have time for all of these, will we? But what I'm going to do, so it's things like the soft reds and the yellow, golden yellows, yeah? Well, I really like the little chickies. I think they're super cute. 1-4. Ending 1-4. Little chickies. Look at these. They are super cute. Super cute. Little breakfast set. This is Moda, remember? Yeah, this is Moda, £4.49 a half metre. That's bonkers. That's less than £9 a metre. That's bonkers. Brilliant. That's it in the golden yellow. Next up, ending 2-5, we've got it in the grey. Now I'm thinking little breakfast set would be cute, but I'm also thinking that bibs would be lovely done in this, baby bibs, or a little baby blanket for your little chick. Things for the kitchen would be cool. Oven gloves, toaster cover, pot holders. You could make a little fabric basket to keep things like your eggs in. I always keep my eggs at room temperature. I don't refrigerate eggs. Really? That's interesting. Hannah was just saying the only reason people put eggs in the fridge, apparently, is because they put egg holders, originally they put egg holders in fridges, which sort of prompted everyone in America to put their eggs in fridges. That's interesting. Interesting. Well, yeah, I don't refrigerate eggs. I always keep them on the side. I use them very regularly anyway, but yeah, interesting. Louise's have just switched on. When's your birthday? I'm a rooster and an Aquarian. Are we birthday bubbies? I'm February the 4th. My goodness me, we are, Louise, because I'm February the 3rd. So my friend Alan the 2nd, I'm the 3rd, you're the 4th. My mum's the 7th. We only need to find 5 and 6 and we could form a rock band. Let's do it! Let's do it! You rooster, you. Right, we've got some other little chicks. The yellow one ending 50. This is very cute. A bit more naturalistic, this one. Aww. We get little chicks like this every year. I incubate them. Oh, it will be lovely. Oh, I love watching the chicks hatch. I've seen so many chicks hatch and it never, ever fails to be magical. And it does. It makes me cry seeing them. And once they pop out, they are so exhausted. They're out, and then they go. And the first time it happened, I thought, oh no! And you sort of prod them, and they're like, what? I just give me a 5 minutes, please. That's so cute, so cute. Really pretty fabric, that. You know what? I'm like it every morning. The energy required to get myself out of bed, I'm like, no, it's too soon, and I just flop backwards. Another 10 minutes. Yeah, little sunshines. This is pretty. Again, nice and springy. That's cute. I like that. Again, 5.24 for half a metre. Fabulous. Nice dressmaking fabric that as well, or bags, but of course for your quilting. What a sunny start to the day. Now the quilt behind me is Jenny Jackson's brand new Sew a Row foundation paper piecing. We're going to be seeing that a little bit later, but that is already flying out, as are the puffins, quite literally flying out. The puffin with this sea background, less than 20 left. Less than 20 left. It doesn't come up till 11 o'clock. It'll have sold out by then. We'll still demo it, but you know. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, I will be met with the woman of the moment, Jenny Jackson. So I'll see you after this.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
I was getting a bit chilly, so I've just put my wrap back on. I love this wrap. It's coming up in the next hour. It's wool couture. We've only got 5 of the kits left. Somebody said yesterday I look like Clint Eastwood. I'll take it. I'll take it. Anyway, it's not about that. It's about you, Jenny Jackson.
Yeah. Hi,
Hiya. You're right.
I am fine and dandy.
Good.
How are you?
Looking more than fine and dandy.
Full of energy.
I know. You stayed over last night. You're
I did.
buzzing.
That's it. If I stay over, I'm always hyper in the morning.
Be warned, everybody. Be warned. Jenny Jackson's feeling full of energy. But it's just as well because you've got so many
I
new
know.
projects today. I can't believe it.
I know.
And we're starting with something we talked about.
We did.
We talked about this. It's the Sew a Row foundation paper piecing quilt that's hanging behind Jenny Jackson. It is amazing. You're going to sew this over a 12-month period, one row at a time, am I right?
Yeah, indeedy.
Learning different blocks that you can use in all sorts of other ways too. So we're starting off with January, which is that very top row, which is Flying Geese. Now it shades from dark to light and then back through to dark again. So the quilt sort of ombres. So the first row of Flying Geese are all quite deep, moody blues. Now let me show you, well, they are in that version. Let me show you what you're getting. So the whole thing is foundation paper piece.
It is, the whole quilt.
We start off nice and easy, right?
Oh yeah, the whole thing's doable for someone who hasn't done FPP before.
So if you're a complete beginner, and even if you're a complete beginner to quilt making, stay tuned. This is your quilt. This is your quilt. So we're starting off with January, and it's the Flying Geese. So in your bundle, you're getting your pattern, you're getting all of your foundations, so you don't have to photocopy anything, all right? You've got your full instructions, okay? So you don't need to know how to do foundation piecing. And then look, you've got all of your foundations already printed off. All the ones that you need, plus a master copy.
Yep, indeed. So then if you want to use it, it's a really good block to use for quilt borders.
Amazing.
You could shrink it down and make cushion borders.
Amazing.
Because the nice thing about FPP, if you just shrink the whole pattern down by a certain amount, it's all going to fit together.
It'll all fit together
It'll just
perfectly.
be smaller. Yeah.
Fantastic to know. So you're getting all of that, and then you're getting a printed panel with all of the fabrics that you will need on it for the entire month. So you don't even have to think about what fabrics do I need, what should I buy extra. It's all included. Now, Jenny, this is a whopper.
It is a big one.
You grab that side. Look at this. So you're getting, now you'll need to come quite close because there's loads of different fabrics on here, but because they're all different dark blues, can you see? So they're lovely, deep sort of denim blues, aren't they?
They are. They're all fat 8s as well.
Oh, awesome. How many do we get?
2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
10 fat 8s. 10 fat 8s of fabric. This is all the fabric that we'll need for the whole of the top row.
Oh yeah, and you'll have some spare.
Awesome.
So what I was going to suggest, if you keep it,
Yep.
you could actually do a scrappy binding around the edge.
That would be nice. That would be really nice. Gorgeous. And actually, if you kept your scraps along one edge, they're already joined.
Yeah, you could do that as well. Yeah, before you cut them all out.
Yeah.
Take a strip off the top and bottom.
Fantastic, fantastic. So you're getting your full panel. Thanks, Jenny.
That's all right,
you get your
darling.
full panel and your pattern and all of your foundations for less than £20. Third of the stock's already gone. Third of the stock has already gone. Okay. Now, the picture on the web, can we just show the picture on the web so that you know what I'm talking about? If you go on the website and you look at this product, do you see actually in the bottom left, there's a little package of foundation pieces in it? You don't get that.
Yeah, they're
because
English
it's not
paper
EPP.
pieces. Yeah.
It's not EPP. That was just a mistake. You're getting all of your foundations in the pattern. It's foundation paper pieced, it's not hand sewn. So ignore that little stripy bag. Yeah, don't worry about that. You're not getting that little bag. You don't need it. Okay, you get your panel, you get your foundations, you get your instructions. So that's the Moody Blues. Moody Blues. Does it have a name?
No, I haven't named. It's just blues.
Moody Blues.
We'll call it Moody Blues.
We've got a name now, Moody Blues. Laurie says, morning beautiful Jenny, all your projects look fabulous. Got my puffin, enjoy and have fun with Stuart.
Thank you, Laurie.
So our second version is pastel. It's pastel. This is super pretty.
It is.
If you're in the mood for a bit of something pretty and
What are we
springy, let's go that way. Perfect. This is the one. So again, you're getting 10 fat 8s. All coordinating. Look at those lovely spring florals.
They are so pretty.
Absolutely gorgeous. Very much my greens, those lovely leafy greens. Fresh, bright. Morning, Stuart and Jenny. This is already in my basket, says Nikki in Hampshire.
Hi, Nikki.
Morning, Nikki. Beautiful, isn't it? So you've got everything you need there. Do you have to like cut out the individual? Would you cut out the individual?
I cut them out because it's just easier to handle then because it is a large panel.
Really big.
Yeah, so I just cut all the fat 8s separately and then worked from there with them.
Perfect, yeah. They are absolutely gorgeous. This is the one you're going to be demoing with, isn't it?
I'm actually going to demo in the blue, but I've made the first row in this just so we can see what it's going to look like. Yeah.
Obviously, you get your pattern and your foundations with that panel.
Excuse the paper that's coming out from the bottom.
So pretty. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, that is lush. Absolutely beautiful. And you've got enough to do a scrappy binding for the whole quilt as well.
Well,
to save
yeah,
all
I
your
think
bits and
each month there will be some spare, I'm sure. We're
Yeah.
going to work that out as we go.
Oh, that is
you do, yeah,
gorgeous.
save them and see what you can do with them after.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
You can make some matching cushions to go with it from the scraps from certain blocks by shrinking them.
Yeah.
That'd be
That is
cute.
lovely, really pretty. Now this, of course, is full of the joys of spring. It would also make a really gorgeous nursery quilt, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And something you can kind of grow with, because that would fit a single bed.
Yep, so the whole quilt will be from these colourways, different prints within the colours and stuff, but all
Gorgeous.
floral, pretty.
Absolutely beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Now, Anne, who's in Perth and Kim Ross, says, is it possible to give us the future dates of all the Strip of the Month shows so we don't miss them? Ta very much. Well, Jenny.
I will be putting them on social media. I can't commit to a certain day each month because I've got a little boy, so depending on his schooling and everything.
Yeah.
It will be each month, but what I'll make sure is as soon as I've got my dates, I'll put them up so you guys know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you'll have advance warning. You can pre-order your panel before it goes on air, so you know you've got those. And of course as well, we'll have previous month's panels as well. We can keep them in stock, can't we?
Oh yeah, we can bring more back.
So don't worry about that. We'll keep you covered. If you follow Jenny on social media, you'll put the dates out as we're coming up to them.
Of course, yeah. I've got up until March already, but I can't remember the dates off the top of my head. So I'll pop them up straight away.
All right, awesome. That's great. So yeah, roughly every month.
Oh, definitely every month.
Yeah.
It just depends on the date.
Completely understandable. Completely understandable. So that is the pastel version. So moody blues or pastels, which is it going to be? Over a third of the pastels has already gone.
Oh,
absolutely beautiful. It is going to be a stunning quilt. A third of the blue, they're kind of neck and neck, pastel very slightly in the lead. We're all in the mood for a bit of something spring-like.
Oh, we are.
Absolutely gorgeous, need a bit of spring in our step. Now, I just want to mention as well, Jenny, we knew this was going to be popular. Single figures left.
Really, already?
Single figures.
Oh, he is so handsome.
He's so cute.
Love him.
I think, is he called Stuart?
Yeah, he is actually.
Stuart the Puffin, I thought as much. But the single figures on that one. More stock of this gorgeous robin egg blue background. You're only paying 1p&p all day, by the way. So if you decide that you want to grab him later, not a problem. Not a problem. Okay, all right, let's get started.
Fab.
Where do we start?
So I have in the pattern, it tells you how much you need to cut out of the fabrics, which makes it nice and clear. So I've pre-cut everything because it makes it quicker. I can show more sewing then. So you're going to have for each block, this one's made up of, it's the only one that's made up of 18 blocks. The rest, each row's 9 blocks, but these are much thinner.
Yep.
So we've got them all here, and you're just going to cut one large rectangle, and then this is actually a rectangle as well, but I've cut that on the diagonal. So all those cutting instructions are really clear in the pattern.
Okay.
And then what I did is I cut everything out. So I cut all my rectangles, cut all my the triangles, and then I laid them all out. So if you can see, it is quite hard to tell, but once it gets to the middle, you have your arrows going one way. Once it gets to the middle, the arrows are going the other way. So it's 9 and 9. So what I did was I set up a row of 9 large rectangles, and then I got all my triangles and then laid them on top to make sure they were a different print.
Understood.
Because you don't want to do it all the way and then, you don't want to do it all the way and then realise you've got 2 of the same print left.
Understood.
So it's nice to be
organised. So a bit of forward planning.
Yeah.
It's really clear actually if you have a look on the pastel version, which I've got in front of me, you can see there how the flying geese meet in the middle and the direction changes. There we go. You can see right here the flying geese are both pointing inwards. They're coming together. So it's just about balancing out your prints either side. Right, a couple of messages. Morning both. I'm hoping to retire in July. Hurrah! Congratulations, Karen. So the pastel one is in my basket. Got to have some projects lined up. Oh, Karen, you'll soon feel that time.
You definitely need projects lined up.
Carol's got a question. Carol says, morning Stuart and Jenny, I can see the blue option goes dark to light blues. Will the pastel option do the same with the same colours and floral prints, or is it pastel throughout the whole thing?
I think it's going to be pastel throughout the whole thing. I haven't got the fabrics finished for that.
Yeah.
But because they're not very dark in general, it'll be really hard to go too light in the middle.
Yes.
It'll be really washy if we do that. So it's more likely going to be a very similar tone.
Yes.
Throughout, but different florals.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
It's going to look really patchworky, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
do you know how you can make patchwork quilts that don't look patchworky?
I know what you mean.
Do you know what I mean? This one's going to look proper, really, really lovely patchworky.
Really gorgeous. What are you doing?
Something off the table.
Need to let you know the pastel version, we've got less than 50 left. Jenny, would you be able to just go the other side and we'll just hold the quilt up so that
let me
everyone can
move
see
my trolley.
that it ombres dark through to light in the centre, and then as it gets towards the bottom it goes dark again. So those are all your gorgeous, that is absolutely stunning. Whereas your pastel version we think is going to be pastel throughout the whole thing.
Yeah.
Cool, I like that. Well, for me, I want to do both because I've got two completely different looks.
That's it. They're going to look so different.
So different, absolutely beautiful. And also this pastel one, absolutely gorgeous for, I'm thinking it would make a great children's quilt. But the blue one, I'm thinking, great quilt to have in my home as a home interior piece.
Definitely. And this one would be really nice for the winter months as
Yeah,
well.
absolutely.
You can just swap it over in spring for spring and summer.
I like what
autumn
you're
and
doing
winter.
there. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. All right, so that is the pastel. Right, so you were saying...
Yes, so I've cut out the first block. Well, I've cut them all out because I thought we've got a whole hour, so I'm going to make a few of the blocks. Plenty of time. And it's the same template, even though they go in opposite directions, because once you get halfway along, you just turn your template upside down when you're sewing them together and they'll meet. So I've cut my templates out. So you've got the solid line, which is going to be your actual block, and then the dashed line is your seam allowance. So I tend to cut my paper out even further outside the dash line, just so then I know, so long as the fabric is covering the paper, then we're good to go. So what you want to do, I just need to get my pins out, and I've moved my trolley now. Let me get my pins. You can use glue pen for this, but I tend to just use my pins. I use my glue so much that I need to save it. Right, so you start with you're going to sew on the lines that you can see. So template right side up, and then this is your fabric that you want to cover number 1. So if you put that right side down on your surface, put your template right side up. And then you can see that your fabric only needs to cover section number 1, because that's where we're going to start. But remember, you would need at least 1/4 of an inch either side of your section 1 lines. So this side, there and there. But I've used, you know, if you've got experience in FPP, you can save more fabric by cutting more of a triangle out here. But I thought this is really a beginner's as well.
And it's a good beginner block as well to start, isn't it?
So I've been really generous with the fabric sizes. And do you know what? When you trim off the fabric, keep it. Because if you do shrink this down, those triangles will be the perfect size that you're going to be left with to do the outer block.
We use them to make half square triangles and make a little scrappy cushion to go with.
Exactly.
But this is good because if you're totally new to foundation paper piecing, this is the perfect block, the perfect project to start and to build your skills.
Exactly that. So what I tend to do is I like to pin my fabric through the paper, through the fabric like this, so then it's not going to move. It is a large piece of fabric, so you don't want your fabric flopping around.
Just to let you know, Jenny, Adam Brooks is watching.
Oh, is he?
Morning, love. He says, morning, Stuart and Jenny. Lovely to see you both. Fab projects and loving the FPP quilt.
He has got his eye on it.
I bet he has.
He says he wants it for his sewing room.
Of course he does. Make your own, Adam.
Yeah, exactly.
Make your own. You know how to quilt. Now then, Amanda's messaging to say, morning to you both. Not feeling great. Sorry, love. So to cheer myself up, I've got the pastel version. It's beautiful.
Oh, brilliant. I hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Louise says, I've just ordered the pastel version and will gift it next Christmas. Shh, I hope she's not watching. I don't want to spoil the surprise. To my baby great niece, Isadora.
That's lovely.
It's adorable.
Oh,
and it'll be finished in time for Christmas.
Exactly, so we'll get the December one out, and by then you will have sewn the rest of the quilt, so you'll only have that line to do.
Can we have the December right at the start of December, please?
We
The
might be
gifting.
able to, yes, we can try that. Think ahead.
You're giving me a wild look then, but I'm just thinking,
No, to be fair,
anybody who wants
yeah.
to gift it,
Yeah. Even if I
useful.
pop up twice that month and just bring that up.
that'd be lovely. Yes,
Yeah.
please. Kim says, morning, Stuart. And the gorgeous Jenny. Love Kimmy B.
Kimmy B.
Hey.
She's naughty, that Kim.
And Carol says, good morning, all. Good morning, all.
Morning. Right, so we've pinned the fabric. Remember, it's wrong side of the fabric to the wrong side of the paper, because that's where you're going to see the block. So we want to sew first between line 1 and 2. So we're going to fold over on that line. I usually pre-fold all my templates before I start, but I haven't this time because I was busy chatting.
So you're creasing that on that sewing line?
On the sewing line. So you're going to fold that over and you're going to cut away this excess fabric. This is when the add a quarter rulers come in handy, because they've got the little nib there. That you can just place up against the fold of the paper, and that gives you 1/4 of an inch.
So you trim it back.
Trim back that excess
large
fabric.
add a quarter ruler, by the way, it's 2 inches wide, 12 inches long, £17.99. Details are on screen.
It's very handy.
Very handy.
And then you are going to pop your paper back like this, flip your template over, and now you want to cover this number 2. So you're going to take one of your triangles, and you just need to place it and check, because if you place it here and you flip it over, it's not going to cover. So you need to place it this way, and then I always check. I think you've noticed this before, even if I'm confident, I know I'm always flip it over, so you've left like 1/4 of an inch there, and you know full well your piece is going to cover it.
I don't know about you, Jenny, but one thing I always look for when I'm doing exactly something like this is I try and line up this point of the triangle with this point on the paper. And if you get them sort of lined up, sort of at a 45 degree, but flipping it back is the best check, isn't it?
It's always that, because you want to have that extra, and
Little
you're not going to fold it
insurance.
over exactly 1/4 of an inch.
No.
So, right, so I tend to, you could pin this now, but I tend to hold this piece of fabric. And what you're going to do is take it to your machine. So your stitch length needs to be 1.2, tiny little stitch length, because you want to be able to rip the paper out after. And so I'm going to flip it over again. It's a lot of just flipping.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to sew along the line between 1 and 2, but I'm going to start before the line and finish just beyond the line. Just a few stitches, 2 or 3 stitches. That is plenty. I've just moved it now.
Okay. While you're sewing, we're celebrating Lunar New Year. So what year were you born in?
I'm a
Jen?
tiger.
Of course you are.
I know. I was saying to Hannah, I wonder if that's why I have such a love of animal print.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Are you a fierce tiger?
I think so.
Yeah.
Not a timid tiger, that's for sure.
I don't know what the personality of those born in the year of the tiger is.
I have no idea.
If you know, please message us in. We'll see if we can do a personality test on Jenny Jackson.
Wow.
Are you a tiger?
Yeah, the English star signs. I'm a Gemini.
Oh, are you?
Yeah. There we go. So it's hard to see because I've used white. Well, you can actually see, can't you? Because you can see the stitches. I've started before the line and ended after the line there. Okay. Next stage, flip it over. Take your fabric. This is a must. You must always remember to flip your fabric back, because if not, you'll sew the next piece on and your fabric will get caught in that seam. So I use the seam roller. You can use an iron, but the seam rollers work just as well. So you're just going to seam roll that open. There you go. And then you're going to flip your template over again. And now you want to sew on the line between 1 and 3. So you're going to fold that line. This is where I've stitched just beyond that line. So when you fold the card, it's just going to rip that. But because the stitches are so tiny, the stitches won't come undone. There we go. So I folded that back. See there? And we're going to get our add a quarter ruler again. Pop that there.
Cool. Margaret's messaged in, absolutely adore the blue version, Jen. You know me, not an EPP person, so this is just right for me. Love, Aunt Neats.
Oh, that's my Auntie Neat.
Ah, cute.
Neats is the one that taught me to quilt.
Fantastic. A nation is grateful, Neats.
Yeah, I went to her house for a weekend of sewing and she
Yeah.
introduced me to quilting. I think she got interested. She lived in Canada for a while. I think that's where she found her love of
okay.
quilting. Sorry if I'm wrong. But yeah, she taught me how to make a disappearing 9-patch.
And the rest is history.
The rest is history.
Wow.
Within, I think, 6 months of doing that, I had
You're a
my
best-selling
first...
author.
Exactly. I had my first pattern in a magazine.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was just so happy to
Once you
find
find your
something to
thing.
do. Yeah. It was lovely.
Amazing. Well, that is a wonderful story, and
Yeah.
thank you, Auntie Neats.
Indeed. Right, so I've just trimmed off that excess fabric there and it's back to flipping. Yeah, Neats doesn't do EPP.
Right, fair
No,
enough.
she's all about machine sewing. And then we're going to line right sides together again and just check that it fits. Flip over and we're going to sew just before this line.
It's just remembering to flip back,
Along
isn't
the line.
it?
That's it. As soon as you've got your flipping
Yeah.
right, then it's so easy.
Easy for you to say.
So we're going to
It's all in the wrist action, I find, isn't it, with flipping? You just got to flip it.
Just going to flip it.
Yeah, good. Catherine in Somerset says, morning, Stuart, Jenny and team. Love Jenny's foundation paper piece projects. How big is the finished quilt? Thanks, Catherine.
It is written at the start of the pattern.
Okay.
Oh, hang on, I've got this right
Cutie
here.
Stuart, you sew, it's all right. I'll do it.
Okay,
Keep sewing.
right
Keep
up at
sewing.
the top.
It is 80.5 inches by 54.5 inches. Awesome. That's a great size.
It is a lovely size.
Perfect on a twin, single twin bed.
Yeah,
You could do 2 versions.
you could, and there's nothing to say. I can't promise you're going to have a certain amount of fabric left over for everything.
No.
But with this one, you could go wider.
Okay.
So, but it's risky. What
Yeah.
you could do is make it this size, then have a look at all your leftover fabric
Yeah.
at the end, and you could possibly go wider.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you could always add a little border to it, couldn't you, if you want to make it a bit bigger?
Yeah, definitely.
That'd be cute.
I think white looks really nice with this. I
White
just
would be
used white
beautiful.
binding because
Yeah.
obviously I didn't have all the panels yet. So
Love it.
I do love a white binding.
I love a white
though.
binding too. Yeah. And I'm aware it can get a bit grubby, but they go in the washing machine.
Oh yeah,
White binding looks gorgeous.
it does. I do use white binding quite a lot in the quilts in my book.
Do you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, just because they
Your
were so
book.
bright.
Just
It
drop
just
that
looked-
in there. My book.
Mr. I've written how many books?
Stop it. You make foundation paper piecing look so easy, says Bryony. Love watching you
Bryony.
guys.
Get on it then.
Because
She
it is
keeps saying
easy.
she's going to do it. I'm waiting for her to show me something.
Bryony, we need an intervention here. Come on.
We do.
Come on.
We do.
We have a question. Hi to you both. Just tuned in, so missed the start. Could I ask if you need a special needle in your machine? Don't know if anyone has asked. It's a great question.
Oh, that is no, just your normal needle.
Normal needle.
Yeah.
Use a sharp. Use a universal
Yeah.
sharp needle.
And what you can do is keep that as your FPP needle.
Does it blunt them then? Does it blunt
Well,
the needle
I've not
faster?
noticed it, but you never know. It depends what you're sewing, doesn't it?
I guess.
As well as the FPP.
Yeah.
Because some projects really need new needles, don't they? Some fabrics.
I tend to say change your needle every 6 to 8 hours for regular sewing, and for foundation paper piecing and machine quilting, change your needle every 6.
Yeah,
I
do
know.
that.
Yeah, every 6 to 8 hours, Miss Jackson. Not weeks, not months, and certainly not
Is it?
years.
Okay. I definitely do need to change
I
mine
hit a
more
raw
regularly.
nerve there.
Right, what I've done is I've sewn that on, and then you're just gonna again flip your fabric over and just seam roll that open.
And frankly, that's almost it, isn't it? You've done all your sewing
Oh yeah,
now.
that's one block done,
Right.
pretty much. So I'm just gonna take my pins out. Just gonna use them again. And what you want to do then is you want to trim off the excess fabric. So you can see that I've got the dash lines, which gives you the seam allowance, but I don't use that line as my guide for cutting. I use my the solid line for cutting.
You don't cut on the solid line though, do you?
No, so I line up my 1/4 inch on the solid line.
Yep.
So as you can see, that's my 1/4 inch mark.
Yep.
That's going dead on the solid line. Because you know
Yep.
with printing and stuff, sometimes the dash line could be just even like a millimetre off.
Right, it would make a difference.
And it does make a difference.
Yes, it does.
So long as you always cut the same way using the solid line as your guide,
Yep.
then you know you're always going to have the perfect 1/4 inch around your block. So you're just going to trim off that seam allowance all the way around the block, lining up on the solid line.
Yep. Yep.
Do not cut on the solid
Do
line
not cut
though.
on the
Do
solid
not
line
do that.
ever. The solid line is always the sewing line.
Yep.
Now, if you're just joining us, good news. You are here on day 1, month 1, the very beginning, the genesis of Jenny Jackson. That's a bit highbrow, isn't it? The genesis of Jenny. You can have that for your autobiography.
I can.
The very first show of a brand new Sew a Row, not block of the month, but row of the month, foundation paper piece quilt from Jenny Jackson. This is the day. This is the quilt that's hanging behind Jenny. There's a blue version, there's a pastel floral version. This is the first day. Each month you're going to get all of your fabrics that you'll need printed on a panel, so you don't have to buy loads of fat quarters or fat 8s. You don't have to start hunting. Everything you need is printed on a panel. These are the blues. Or you might go for the pastels. I'm just going to show you the actual finished row because it's glorious. And you get your full pattern, all of your foundations already printed off. You do not need to photocopy or copy anything. You get master copies as well. Keep them.
Yeah, definitely.
$19.99 for that. Message across the bottom. Tell Jenny, I think I can do this.
Yes, Kaylee, she messaged me saying, do you think I will be able to? She's not done foundation, she can't get her head round it. And I
Total
said,
beginner.
honestly, you can.
Total beginner.
So I'm going to do another block as well, so we're going to repeat this. But it's the first time I've used panels for foundation piecing, and boy, does it sew so nicely.
Beautiful.
It's amazing.
So crisp,
And
gorgeous.
yeah, when I first came up with the idea, it's really hard when you're looking a whole year in advance to figure out what fabrics will be available for the whole year.
Yeah.
Without getting part way down, those
And running
fabrics
out.
are no longer in
I
print.
know. Or if somebody wants to
And-
join in 6 months'
Yeah.
time, you'll be fine. You'll be fine because the panel
Panels
can be
just
printed.
pick- yeah, and then we could also do so many different tones
Yes.
and prints without you having to give you so much fabric that it would just be so costly.
Exactly.
So
No.
the panels were just perfect.
That's awesome. We had a message, didn't we? Was it? Here we go. Just for me. Good morning. Sad that I missed out on Jenny's gorgeous Seaside Puffin tote kit. Will you be having any more, please, Norma in Crew?
Oh,
So
no,
it has sold
has it
out with
sold
the sea
out?
background. The sea background has, but oh, sorry, love. This one is only just still available. So this is the Puffin with this gorgeous contemporary robin egg blue background with a little print of puffins. We won't be able to get any more in stock today of any of these, okay? Fingers crossed we'll probably repeat these in the
if
future.
they want them, yeah. we
Because they
can
are
do
so
more.
completely gorgeous.
Yeah.
But you see, I love that, and it's really contemporary. I just love that background. It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Really lovely. So sorry about that, my love, but we will try and get more. But I would go with that one. Now, just while we're here, personality check.
Eh?
Just look straight into camera. Right, Jenny Jackson, is she a tiger? Well, let me see. You decide. You need to be determined.
Yeah.
Good, excellent. Are you confident and courageous?
Yeah, I think so most of the time.
Do you-
Not always.
That was a bit of a contradiction, wasn't
Isn't it?
Are you confident?
Yeah, well, you know, it
Yes,
depends on the situation.
Yeah, that's true. If you were going to jump out of an aeroplane with a parachute, would you be
I'd be a
confident?
bit more like,
Okay,
not
fair
sure
enough.
about that.
Are you honest?
Yes.
Good, excellent. Trustworthy and loyal.
Yes.
Generous.
Oh, yeah.
You're a tiger.
I'm a tiger.
She's a tiger. She's a tiger.
Aw.
Fantastic. All right.
My friends will be watching
wanted to
this
clear
now.
that
They'll
up,
be
Jenny.
like, yeah, thanks, babe.
You're welcome. Just wanted to clear that up. Right.
Right, so that is one block done, and you're basically going to repeat that 18 times. So what I'll do is I'll make another one now, and then I can show you when you sew them together.
Yeah.
But I'll start in the middle just so I can show you how to do it so they're pointing towards each other.
Great.
Because that will make sense,
Yeah.
because you do flip the
direction.
upside down.
But I
yeah.
think joining them together is important
It
because
is.
getting the points to match up is important and perfectly possible with foundation piecing.
Yes, because all the hard work's done for you. 'Cause
Yeah.
you're just using the lines,
Yeah.
which is why I love it.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? It's
I honestly
easy
think
accuracy.
it's easy. Cut a plain piece of paper there.
Oh.
Yeah, I actually think it's easier than traditional piecing, to be honest.
I agree. I
Right,
agree.
so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pre-fold my lines this time, which is what I usually do, because it does make it easier when you're folding them back.
That's the top tip.
I do it all the time,
Yeah.
especially if I've got loads of little lines, because it can get really fiddly to fold once you've started sewing.
I was teaching a workshop once on FPP, and one of my students, actually, she pre-sewed her foundation. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
So she used the short stitch length, but with no thread in the machine, and she stitched along all the lines on the
God,
foundation.
Did the paper not start falling apart?
No. So she did all of that, and then when she put the fabrics on, she sewed the fabrics on with a normal stitch length, so that if she had to unpick anything, she could just unpick it really easily.
I'm picking up one and 1.2. It's not fun.
Yeah, no, it's not something I would do, but I thought I can see the sense.
Yeah, I can see
why
that
you might.
too. Right, so starting another block, it's exactly the same. Wrong sides of fabric against the wrong side of the paper, making sure that main fabric is covering outside those dash lines. So literally exactly the same. Fold your paper back along the line that you're going to sew along. Cut away that excess fabric using 1/4 of an inch.
Yeah, that's when that add a quarter just makes it so much easier.
Oh, it does. I love these rulers.
Yeah.
There we go. Fold your paper open again and flip. Get your piece of fabric and just check that it's going to cover. And then hold that fabric or pin it, flip it over again and sew just before the line, finishing just after the line, along between 1 and 2.
So we're using the
gone a bit
actual
wonky.
line and we're sewing directly on the line.
Well, you should be, yeah, I didn't quite then. Missed it.
Oh,
It'll be fine.
Anna's messaged in, talking very much about Chinese zodiac today, as well as foundation paper piecing. She says, morning, Stuart and Jenny, love the puffin.
Aw.
Which one have you gone for? Sea background, contemporary background? My Chinese animal is goat/sheep. I am also a Gemini. My youngest daughter is a tiger and a Gemini, and she is a very strong woman. We like strong women.
Oh, so I'm a tiger and Gemini as well.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
The Chinese also use elements, fire, water, air and earth, as well as other elements too. My daughter is fire, I am wood. Oh, that,
I don't
imagine
know
that
what
is
I am.
strong, flexible, grounded.
Possibly.
Do you know what I mean? I like that. Oh, I didn't know that there
We'll
was
have to-
elements as well.
We'll have to find out what
I
elements
want to know
we
what
are.
element I am.
I know, same here.
I bet I'm water or air, airy. Head in the clouds, that's me.
I bet I'm fire.
I bet you are.
I bet I am.
Rrrr, fiery tiger.
So we've sewn along the line and we're going to flip the fabric over and then seam roll.
You see, when you look at that, and don't be alarmed, folks at home, if you've not done this before, it looks like nothing on earth, does it? It looks like it's all wonky and all wrong.
I know, doesn't it? It looks horrific right
looks
now.
so
but
wrong.
as soon
That looks
as
horrific, Jenny Jackson.
Does, but
what are you
the
doing?
minute you're going to trim off that fabric, it will look beautiful.
Suddenly you go, but I say it because like people can be really thrown.
Yes.
By that, can't they?
Yeah, definitely. Then we're going to, flip back over, fold between 1 and 3 and trim off that excess fabric.
Do the numbers matter?
Yes, always so in numerical order.
Fine.
1, 2, 3,
Yep.
etc. There we go, flip back over, place your next piece along, lining up obviously, right sides together with the fabric, lining up along the line you've just cut. Just check that's going to fit beautifully, which it is.
And when you flip like that, are you just doing that because you're showing beginners?
Yeah, well, no, I do it now. I always do it because
always.
the whole stitching at 1.2, I
Yep.
don't want to be unpicking 1.2 inch seam,
No way.
1.2 stitch length.
Don't do it.
So just don't do it.
Don't do it.
So always check.
Not there for that.
Not there for that at all. And then we're going
Taxi, I'm leaving.
Done. We're going to flip and sew before the line starts until just after.
Cool.
Between 1 and 3 this time.
Little top tip for you, if you are brand new to FPP, first unit you make, maybe copy yourself an extra copy and just do it with a long stitch, like a long basting stitch, just to get the idea. And then if it's not nicely lined up to begin with, you can just pull the thread out, have another go, but just ease yourself in gently. This is a great way into foundation paper piecing, really easy way in. Remember, we've got 2 options for Jenny's fabulous quilt. You can either do the Moody Blues. Now I need to let you know, Moody Blue, we will get more in for future shows, so if you're not ready to start this month, if January is a busy month for you, don't worry, you could start next month. We'll still have January's available, we'll make sure of it. But 3/4 of the stock of the Moody Blues, I've named it for you now, Jenny.
Thank you.
It's called Moody Blues now. That's gone. Details for that one are on screen right here. Now we've also got the beautiful pastel version, but we've got less than 20 of these left. There's 45 of you with this in your basket. So yes, we'll have it back next month, but we won't have it back before then. So if you want to get it and start now, or any time between now and February, you need to get it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, sorry, my sewing machine, my thread snapped, so I had to redo it. So there we go. That seam is sewn, flipped it over, and it's fab. I'm just going to remove those pins again.
Now I noticed there, Jenny, can we just show, you've done a bigger than 1/4 inch seam allowance there.
Oh yeah, that's because it
moved.
moved.
Does that matter?
No.
But does it matter?
No.
It doesn't matter.
No one's going to see that.
No.
That's hidden. So one side will be dead on 1/4 inch where I trimmed it off, but it's the piece that I've added, which has just gone a bit bigger.
Understood.
Because I moved it while I was sewing.
Now
but
I do care about that, but I care about this more. Kim's messaged in to say, Jenny, you are wood. You are wood in the Chinese calendar.
Oh.
I'm sensing disappointment.
I'm not going to lie, a little bit disappointed. I wanted to be fire.
Yeah, but wood feeds fire. Without wood, there's no fire.
Oh my gosh,
are you happy
so
now?
Right.
Blue sky thinking, Kimmy, I want to know, what am I? 1971, February the 3rd. I want to know, what element am I?
What are you? I want to know. I'm going to be Googling exactly what the characteristics of wood are now.
Yeah.
Right, so we're trimming off that excess fabric again by lining it up your 1/4 inch along that solid line of the block.
Hannah's saying to me, why are you lying about your date of birth? We all thought you were born in 1989. You're right. Oh no, do you know, I loved being a teenager in the 1980s.
Oh, do you know what? I only got 4 years of the 1980s in. And
What were you born, 1986?
I was.
Oh, it was a great time to be a teenager. The music was great, the
bet it was
fashion,
great.
the films.
I do love my outfits
everything.
that my parents used to dress me in the 80s. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Loved
Batwing
the shell suit.
sleeves.
I had
Shell suits, that was 90s.
Well, I suppose, yeah, because I would have been like five by the time I started
Yeah.
wearing them. So just dead on the 90s.
We
though.
need pictures, we need
Oh,
photographic
sure,
evidence.
Mum and Dad have got some great ones.
Do it next time.
Right, so that is 2 blocks. So if you're going to, when you're sewing them so the triangle is going, the arrow should I say, is going in the same way, you're just going to place 1 block up and then the next block on top like this. So you've still got 1, 2 and 3 right side, like the
So
right
you're
way
sewing
up.
with the paper facing up?
Yes, but your numbers won't be upside down, they'll be
Yep.
right. So when you're going to sew in the middle, when you're putting them together, and you want this, so the middle block where they're facing, you literally just turn your template upside down. So we've got this one the right way up. So now your 1, 2 and 3 are actually written upside down.
Okay.
And then it's going to be, when you're adding more facing that way, they're all just going to be upside down.
Right, understood.
So that's, yeah, so it's so easy. So when you're sewing blocks together, we'll sew these ones. You just got to line up your edge of your paper like this. And what you're going to do though, is you're going to sew right from the top all the way along the solid line, right off the bottom.
Okay.
So, because you need that whole bit sewn.
Well, like you would if you were sewing 2 squares of fabric together.
Exactly.
Yeah. it's
But
no
just
different.
not like just above the line.
Yeah.
Right from the start to the top, bottom.
Gotcha.
And yeah, you use your solid line as your seam allowance, so you don't have to worry about getting your 1/4 inch perfect because it's already there for you.
So again, you follow the line, you're still doing that short stitch length.
Still doing that short stitch because I've
Awesome.
still got that paper in that I'm going to want to tear away.
Sorry, I'm just giggling over here. Pam's got back in touch to say, Stuart, your element is metal. I love it. Derek says, Stuart, you're the same as me and John Scott. We're all metal. And then he says, John and I, this is John and Derek, are both metal rats.
Brilliant.
I love it. I love it.
What animal are you again, Stuart?
I'm a pig. I'm a metal pig. Cheryl says, morning Jen and Stuart. Sorry I'm late to the party. Loving the moody blues. See, it's caught on.
Oh, hiya Cheryl, my love.
Oh.
Have.
So I want to know what the characteristics of metal are now. Shiny. Hard.
Odd.
Cold.
Well odd.
A good conductor of electricity.
You're definitely not cold though, are
God,
you?
no.
There we go. So those 2 blocks are sewn. So before I iron those, I remove the paper within the seam allowance I've just sewn. I try to keep the rest of the paper in, but
Yes.
if it does come out, it comes out. It's
Right.
not a problem. You want to keep these ones in until you've sewn all of them together.
'Cause
But
that's your
once,
sewing
yeah,
guide.
exactly. But once you've sewn them all together, if you do want to remove them, you can. Because when you're sewing the actual strips together, each
Yeah.
row, you can use your 1/4 inch foot.
So can I ask a question? Why did you take out the paper in the middle then?
Because it's easier to get your seam allowance, your blah, blah, blah. I quit. I can't talk. It's easier to press without the paper in because as you
okay.
can see here, you've got a few layers of fabric.
Yeah.
So it's easier to press, and also when you come to, if you do keep your papers in, when you're sewing the rows together, here at the end, when you're sewing that to the next row, you're
Yeah.
going to end up with paper here and paper
Tiny
tucked in
little
there,
squares.
and then it's really annoying to get them out.
Oh, and
so whenever I have a seam, I get rid.
What a brilliant tip.
And then I tend to, when I'm sewing the pressing these larger seams, I do tend to use the iron.
Yep. And do you press them to one side, press them open?
I found that with foundation paper piecing, it will go what way it wants to go.
Okay.
Often.
Yeah.
Because often one side has probably got more fabric than the other.
Yeah.
But it just seems to like to go a certain way. So I'm not too fussy with that.
No.
When I'm sewing the larger blocks together, I will have a look at my first block and try and get them so they are facing the opposite way, where the seams are going to meet, just because it will nest easier. But in general, when your foundation paper pieces, go with the flow. I
like
very
that.
much like that.
It's relaxed. It's relaxed, isn't it? A lot of people, I find, it get sort of tense about certain techniques, and I hear it, but I don't really understand why.
Yeah.
But that's because I do it. Because actually, once you got it, this is the most relaxed sewing you'll ever do.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're following a line.
Exactly, and like I said, make sure you cut your fabrics out first and lay them out so you know you haven't got the stress of ending up with two fabrics the same.
Yeah.
So one block will just be the same fabric, because you don't want that.
Do a bit
and
of
then
planning.
once you've done that, then you can just go.
Yeah.
And it's really, really relaxing.
Yeah.
And honestly, once you've started, I think the hardest thing for people to remember is wrong side of fabric against the wrong side of the template.
Yeah.
Because once you've done that, you're automatically going to right sides together with the fabric throughout. It's just that first step of remembering. If you're using solids, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Brilliant, brilliant. The hardest part about this, of course, is deciding whether you're going to go blues or pastels. They're both beautiful.
I can't choose my favourite. You love pastel.
I love the blues.
I love the this
Blue's
is the
my favourite colour.
problem. This is the problem. I do love blue as well, but I also like pretty pinks and
I will
purples
do them
and
both.
stuff. So it's just impossible.
I do them both. I do them both. Oh, here we go. Metal, self-disciplined, straight,
Sorry.
straightforward, gentle,
Oh yeah, definitely
Calm.
gentle.
quick in mind, and thirsty. Oh, for knowledge. Sorry, that was on the next line. Thirsty for knowledge. That is true, though. I'm a lifelong learner. What can I say, Jen? I'm a lifelong learner.
That is very you. That is a brilliant description.
Thank you, Kimmy. Thank you, Kimmy. Amazing. Thanks for that amazing demonstration.
That's my pleasure. We've still got 5 minutes, or have we?
If anybody out there
I can
doesn't
do
know how
more.
to foundation piece now after that, come on. Watch it again. You'll get it.
Yeah, it is really, really easy.
Well, Susan's from Dorset's got in touch to say, hi both, I've never tried FPP, but I've just ordered the pastel kit as Jenny makes it look so easy from Sue in Bournemouth.
Thank you. You know what? FPP is my favourite thing to teach. I really love doing FPP workshops because the light bulb moment.
Yeah.
Especially with people who've tried before and struggled.
Yeah.
When they get it, it's just brilliant.
Yeah, it's fabulous. And no matter how accurate you are at your regular piecing, you'll never get a more accurate block than foundation piece. So if you
100%.
love crisp, sharp, accurate patchwork, you'll love it.
Exactly. And you
You'll
struggle
love
with
it.
doing normal patchwork,
Yeah.
crisp, sharp and
Yeah.
on point, because
Now here we go. Heffin from Rhonda has got in touch to say, Metal Pig.
oh, where's it gone?
I want that on a t-shirt now. Metal Pig. Strong, assertive, puts 100% into everything, industrious, cheerful, faithful partner.
Oh, look,
Debs.
it's you. You are definitely a metal pig.
I am a metal pig.
Never
Who
thought I'd be
knew?
saying that to you on a Sunday morning.
All right, metal pig. I'll be all right, wood tiger. Right, wood tiger. I have a question to finish with. How do you decide whether to remove the paper or not from the quilt? I've ordered Moody Blue. Karen from a frosty Bedfordshire.
Honestly, it's personal choice. I know my paper's going to fall out of the one that I've completely done the strip of because I'm travelling with it.
Yeah.
And you are going to have to hold on to for it a while. But my suggestion is definitely once you've made a row, sew it to the next row.
Yeah.
So next month, sew Febs to Jan.
Yeah.
And then you can remove. I tend to remove all the inside papers.
Yeah.
So it would be, once this is sewn together, I'd remove these because it makes it lighter when you're sewing the rows together. The only reason why I try and keep the outer ones is so I could use that line as a guide. But again, if you set your machine to 1/4 inch,
Yep.
use a 1/4 inch foot. You actually don't need to.
No.
As the quilt gets bigger, you're definitely going to want to remove some papers or it's just going to get heavy.
And of course, you remove every scrap of paper before you layer it and quilt it.
Yes. It all has to be gone in the end.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's the kind of job you give to a couple of kids that you want to keep busy.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, on a rainy day.
Yeah, remove all my papers.
Yeah, or put a good film on,
Yeah.
nice pot of tea.
I find it quite relaxing actually,
lovely,
removing
isn't
them.
it?
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Give me a call if you need help.
Will do. I'll keep them all in now, especially.
I'm going to see you in an hour's time.
You are, for
with
2 hours.
More new projects.
Indeed.
Amazing. It's a bean feast. All right, so we've got the machine cover coming up. We've got one puffin option coming up. We've got that coming up at 11 and then 12 o'clock. Needle turn applique and the flowers.
Yes.
The flowers, the tulips. All right, we're going to go to a break. I'll see you. Oh, no, are we going to? Sorry. Quickly recap. We'll quickly recap. Sorry. Right. January strip of the month, Moody Blues. I'll just give you a final chance. Here are the details on screen. Moody Blues. Remember, you get your paper foundations, all of them. You don't have to photocopy anything. All of your instructions on how to paper piece, plus your full panel, 10 different fat 8s, all printed on your panel, ready to go. You don't need anything else, just a reel of thread. $19.99 for that. Or if you prefer, you can go for the pastel version. So you get 10 pastel fat 8s. Yeah, real possibility that you'll miss out on both of these if you don't check out. Now, we won't get any more in before Jenny's next monthly visit for this quilt, okay? So if you want to get started on this, you do need to check out your basket right away, please, perhaps in the break, and then make sure that you get your panel. So pastel version then, details are on screen for the pastel version. Sorry. There we go. I'm going to grab the actual strip because you can really see the gorgeous colours and how they work together. So the pastel version is going to be all these lovely pastels throughout the entire quilt. Full pattern, all your foundations and all your fabric printed on a panel for $19.99. All right, now we're going for a break. I'll see you after this.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hello, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm desperate to not just keep this, but I actually want to make this wonderful wrap. It's the L wrap, Ellie wrap, Ellie wrap. We're down to our last 3. We've literally got 3 of these left. It's absolutely beautiful. It's from Wool Couture, and the yarn is a bulky, chunky, single roving, which makes it so contemporary looking. It's gorgeous. You get 500 grams of the rainbow and 600 grams of the cream, and then it's a simple, essentially stocking stitch. You just slip every other purl stitch, that's all, and you do simple increases. It is 3 meters in length. I can't stretch that far, but it's 3 meters that away, and then depth wise it's nearly a meter, isn't it, or is it just over a meter? It's triangular anyway. 112 centimeters, so just over a meter in depth, and then 3 meters wide, so it creates this gorgeous big wrap. Or you can have it over the back of the sofa or a chair. It's there to snuggle under, but I mean, it's really lovely to wear as well. And because it's a bulky single rather than applied yarn, it's soft, it's airy, it's bulky, but very, very lightweight as well, so it doesn't feel heavy to wear either. Absolutely glorious knit this, and very, very easy, but very, very classy when it's finished too. We've literally got 3 of these left. June said, I bought the Ellie wrap yesterday, only my second knit, but that yarn is irresistible. Love, June. It is completely gorgeous, isn't it? And the combination of the rainbow yarn and the cream together just creates such a gorgeous look. I think it's absolutely beautiful. Oh, I hope you enjoy knitting it, June. I know you will. Literally though, we've got a couple of these left. So if you fancy making the Ellie wrap, I would be really quick. Okay, I'll reluctantly put that down. Now we've also got a hat, which doesn't strictly speaking match, but it does. It's the same yarns. So it's that same rainbow yarn mixed with cream, but this time around you're going to do some very, very simple colour work. So literally for the main body you're knitting 1 stitch in the rainbow, 1 in the cream, 1 in the rainbow, 1 in the cream, and here they're just a little bit more spaced out. Simple single rib stocking stitch with simple decreases to create this really lovely, nicely shaped hat. You get 100 grams of the cream and 30 grams of the rainbow, which is plenty to make the largest of 3 sizes. You actually get the pattern for 3 different sizes, and you can make the largest size with that yarn. And you can see as well just how easy it is to just carry that yarn across the back of your work as you're knitting. Lovely first colour work project this, and it's a really, really lovely hat too. So soft, so squidgy, 100% merino yarn from Wool Couture. All right, so I'll leave those there and let's get into the body of the show. I'm going to mention a few back in stocks first of all, because we've been waiting for these. Now, the ruler safety handle is right. I can't see it for looking. There it is. Here it is. Yes. I think these are essential. I think these are absolutely essential for quilters. They always fly when we get them back in stock. They're really difficult to get in stock because everybody wants them. And essentially, let me grab a ruler. Oh, no, can't get it off. Can't get it off. Yeah, wouldn't come off. Right, so what you've got here is a big handle, big safety handle. Thank you, brilliant. You've got a big safety handle here. You've got 2 sort of rubbery suckers and then some locks here and here. So you just unlock it, place it onto your ruler, okay, and it'll grip it fairly well even then, and then push it down and lock. Okay, and now that ruler is attached to that handle. What this means from a practical and from a safety point of view is that your hands are well out of the way when you do your cutting. It is possible, with the best will in the world, it is possible for the rotary cutter to slip off the edge of the ruler, and you can cut yourself with your hand here. I know because I've done it. But with the safety handle, your hand, whoops, I haven't done that right. But with the safety handle, your hand is up here, well out of the way, so even if that rotary cutter does slip off the edge, it is never going to hit your fingers. And also I know a lot of people find that much more comfortable to grip on than to have their hand flat and the amount of pressure that you need to put down. So really good buy, and it's an amazing price as well, isn't it, for safety? $7.99. It's about to sell out. It's about to sell out again. Okay, let me pop that to one side. So next up, we've got the Alpha ruler. Now this is 1 1/4 inches wide. And a patchwork, no, not that one. Right, oh, the really narrow, literally 1/2 inch wide. Okay, gotcha. Yep, we got there. Right, so this is 1/2 inch wide, 8 inches in length. It's the 8-inch patchwork ruler. So you could use this for adding on seam allowance. This would be quite good for adding on seam allowance around foundation pieces. If you do things like English paper piecing, and you want to draw out, you want to put your paper shape down on your fabric and then add a 1/4 or a 1/2 inch all round, you can use this. And it is the normal thickness of a rotary ruler, so you can rotary cut against this. For $5.49, it's a great little ruler, isn't it? If you've already paid your P&P today, you could add that into your basket. That would fit in a pencil case. So you'd always got a little trimming ruler in your pencil case when you go to workshops and classes. Yep, like that. Right, best press. We've got two. Now, if you like the scented, let's go with scented. We had the unscented yesterday. This one's lavender and vanilla. Now, you get 16.9 fluid ounces or 499 millilitres. If it was me, I'd have put the extra milliliter in and made it 500 just for ease. But hey. Who am I? You get all of that best press. It's a huge bottle. You also get the trigger spray. One of the things I love about best press is it's never been aerosol propellant. It's always been pump dispenser, spray dispenser. Absolutely brilliant for sizing your fabric. So giving it extra handle, extra firmness to your fabric. Really good if you need to control the bias on fabric. If you're making things like bias binding, is really useful too. Spray your fabric, iron it dry, then cut your strips. And then when you put your strips through your bias tape maker, the creases, the folds will really hold nice and crisp and they won't pop open, even if it gets a bit humid. It's also really good just for general ironing as well. So that's the scented version, vanilla and lavender, back in stock. Now then, magnetic slap band. This is a pin cushion. Random colours, so I can't guarantee that you're going to get a blue one. Oh, I tell you what, that packaging doesn't want to come off. There we go. All right, so it's one of those snap bracelets that you put over your wrist, just like so. All right. And then, if we've got a few pins, please. And then you can just keep your pins on the magnetic fastening. I'm just going to peel this off because it's actually got like a coating so it stays scratch resistant. Problem is I haven't really got fingernails to speak of. There we go. Thank you, Kat. All right, so there we go. So that's what it'll look like. Yeah. And then you can just, there's your pins, and they just jump straight on. And then you've got your pins, and actually probably in real life I'd wear this on my left wrist because then I'm going to pin using my right. And so you've always got your pins to hand right on your wrist. That's brilliant, isn't it? That's very giftable as well for $5.99. Great, love that. And also a really good way of picking pins up off the floor as well. A magnetic pin cushion, you could just go along and pick them up. All right. Oh, are they all the different colours it comes in? Nice. Now we've got some Vliseline bias tape. Now let me show you this, because this is the kind of thing you could so easily walk past in a store and not even really understand what it is or care. And I wouldn't blame you. And I wouldn't blame you, because it's like, what do I need that for? Well, let me tell you, it's absolutely brilliant stuff. So what this is, okay, is 12mm wide. It's a fusible interfacing in a strip. And it's also got, if you can see, I don't know if you can see this, it's got a line of stay stitching. So it's fusible interfacing, but then it's got a line of stay stitching along one edge. Now, normally in dressmaking patterns around things like necklines, sleeve openings, down the fronts of lapels, you will be asked to stay stitch, and that's to control the stretch on those openings, okay? This tape, you actually, what you do is you iron that to the neckline opening, to the front facing or the front opening on a jacket or a shirt, or on the arm holes, on the sleeve openings, and that will actually control the stretch. Now you can still stay stitch if you want to, but this actually does the job of the stay stitching, and it reinforces those openings. This is super useful. I think anybody who's doing any dressmaking ought to have a pack of this in their stash. You won't need loads of it. You get 5 meters. You won't need loads of it per garment, but it's really super useful and well worth getting. You do get full instructions in there for how to use it. But if you see here, so for example, on a vest top or on any kind of top, you'd put it around the neckline and around the sleeve openings or the armholes, and it will just control the stretch. I remember actually, here's a cautionary tale, on the first series, the first episode of Great British Sewing Bee ever, one of the sewers, is the most incredible dressmaker, amazing dressmaker. She went home in the first episode because she did this amazing dress, but it had this kind of deep opening at the front, and it was made from silk, and it stretched. The opening stretched, and on the model it really billowed and gaped, and because of that, and really that and nothing else, I'm afraid she got sent home, and it ruined the dress. With that tape down the edges, that would have stayed completely stable. It wouldn't have rippled. I'd have gone home in the first episode. I wouldn't be standing here now. So I'm glad she didn't use that. I'm glad she didn't use it. But that's being very selfish. It's being very selfish. All right. Okay, that's that. But I really recommend that. It's great stuff. It's great stuff. Okay, what next? Okay, black and white, under £10 essentials. 1/2 metre of black solid, 1/2 metre of white solid. Now I want to make a checkerboard. Yeah, It's our good old Rose and Hubble, £5.99 for a metre of fabric. That's awesome. You get half a metre of black, half a metre of white. Great little stash builder, that. Brilliant. Always useful to have in your stash. Okay, right. Couple more things I want to show you before I start demoing. Okay. Bias and seams. Oh, the seam wand. All right, so this is the Binding Buddy. The Binding Buddy from June Taylor. It's 2.5 inches wide, so you can cut your binding using this. It's also got a mitered edge down one end so that you can actually mark and cut your joins, your mitered corners. Also really useful for things like shoulder straps, or if you want to cut your own jelly roll strips. Single figures of that left. And one of my favourites is the seam wand. Now this is like a little mini wooden iron. I'll just show you. So what you would do, I've got a little bit of patchwork here. So what you would do is when you're sewing your fabrics together, okay, so you've got your 2 fabrics together and you have sewn them, and then flip back, and then your little seam wand, you can then press out your seam. So for example, if you're doing English paper piecing or foundation paper piecing, or you're just using fabrics that don't respond well to an iron, you can use your wooden seam wand. The other thing that you can do, if it needs it, is you can use an iron, hot iron. You can place the curved edge, or it's not curved edge, rather the beveled edge, against your iron, okay, to warm that up, okay, and then use your warmed seam wand. And you can use it as a clapper, so if it may be the very center, just to hold that down and just leave it on top, just to get that really pressed, crisp and flat. I'm starting to see loads and loads of posts now online about wooden clappers for patchwork. Well, this is like a mini version, just over your points or over any bulky parts of your block, but heat it first on your iron. £13.99 for that. It's a great little addition. All right. Okay, let's move over and let's start. Well, I'm going to grab a bit of fabric as well. So I'm going to use La Vie Bohème. La Vie Bohème. We do have La Vie Bohème on the show. So this is, I'm going to start with the Crazier 8. The Crazier 8 from Creative Grids. And I'm also going to need a rotating cutting mat. Can't emphasize how useful rotating cutting mats are, especially when you're using templates. They are so useful. All right, so the Crazier 8 template set from Creative Grids is a set of 5 acrylic templates, so they can all be used with a rotary cutter. Got them right here in front of me. And they sew together to create an 8-inch block. You've got full instructions throughout for how to use your templates, but I will show you how to use them. All right, now as there are 5 templates, I like to start with 5 squares. Now you don't have to cut all of your squares at the same time, but I'll show you why I do it and why it can be useful. So I'm going to layer up 5 contrasting squares, and I'm using 10-inch layer cake squares from La Vie Bohème, and I'm going to use quite contrasting, I think, Let's see what else I've got in here. That would be a fun one to use. I've stopped counting layers. 1, 2, 3, 4. So one more. Let's go nice and dark. Okay, 5. Right then, so I've put all of those 5 layers of fabric together. And what I'm going to do next is position all of my templates onto the square. So I've got A, which is a kind of kite shape. So that one goes in the top corner. B, I'm not even going to attempt what I think that shape is called. There we go. All right. And then C goes up in the top corner. And you can see how these really fill a 10-inch square. So don't leave too much space behind them. All right. D is going to go down here. And then E goes in the bottom corner. All right. So I've got all my templates laid out like that. Oh, this is locked, so let's just quickly unlock it. There we go. That's one way of doing it. All right, and what I like to do when I'm using these templates actually is to position them all, and then I like to take the top section off for a second. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a diagonal cut near to those shapes. So I'm going to effectively cut that stack in half, okay, through the middle. Okay, so what I can do now is I'm going to cut out shapes D and E. So let's start off with D. So of course this is perfectly safe to rotary cut against these templates. So use the fact, please, that your rotating cutting mat rotates. All right. Don't try cutting at odd angles. Yeah, we sometimes forget. So there we go. So that's my stack of D. Okay. Then I've got my E. So I'll pop that up there. Love the fact that this makes such good use of layer cake squares. Rotate that around. And all of these template sets, actually, we've got the Crazy 8. This is Crazier 8. And we've also got a Crazy 8 6, Crazy 6 rather. Right, so that's all of my E templates all cut out. All right, now I can deal with the top section. So I'm going to put my templates back on because I need to make sure that everything's still going to fit. Okay, and then I'll carry on cutting out A. And you've got all the dog ears actually as well are also automatically cut off as you work. So there's shape A. We'll do B next. So again, you just want to get your fabric, you know, be as stingy with your cutting as you can possibly get away with so that everything fits on. All your seam allowance is included, so you're not having to add anything on by eye. Okay, and last little bit there. So that's now shape B cut out. Just get rid of those bits. There we go. I'm trying to keep everything on the board in the right position because that's going to help me enormously when I come to actually piece this. And then last of all, we'll do shape C. So again, just take your time with your cutting. Make sure that you cut safely, and as I say, using your rotating cutting mat is such a boon. They make light work of this. Okay, right. So I've cut out all of my shapes now, and those are my little off-cutty scraps there. So very, very minimal, very, very minimal. It's a really good way of using a charm pack, a 10-inch charm pack. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I need to shuffle the stack, okay? So what I'll do then is I'll place the top fabric to the bottom, okay? Then I'm going to put the first 2 fabrics to the bottom. Then I'm going to put the top 3 fabrics to the bottom. Then I'm going to put the top 4 fabrics to the bottom. And then I'm going to leave the last one alone. And now I've got 5 blocks all set out, all with the fabrics in different positions, all muddled up so that I'm ready to start sewing. And I can literally take that to my sewing machine and sew this to this, this to this, to this, and then sew this section and this section together to create my crazy block. Now, what I like to do when I've finished sewing all of those pieces together, and you can either do this straight onto the fabric, or I like to do quilt as you go with crazy. So what I'll do then is I'll layer up my patchwork block with a square of either H640 or quilt batting, okay? So I'll layer it up, no backing fabric at this stage if I'm going to use it for something like a bag or a cushion. If I'm going to use it for a quilt, then I'll put backing fabric as well and do a normal quilt sandwich. And then I get stuck in with a walking foot, with decorative stitches on my sewing machine, and I'm going to sew over all of the seam lines. Now on this particular example, I've done all of that and then I've cut it down into a heart. I'm going to make this up into like a little hanging cushion to go on a doorknob, but just to show you. So you do all of that, which decorates and quilts in one step. This one obviously is going to be made up into something, so I haven't put a backing fabric on, but if you were going to use this for a quilt, once you've done that, what you then would do would be to add your sashing strips, and there's even a pattern for a quilt there, and you could do this quilt as you go because you've got those strips in between each section. What do you think? It's great fun, isn't it? Really like that. Let me put that to one side. So that's the template set that I've used. It's the Crazier 8s. Really cool. Love that one. Now the cutting mat that I used, I'm going to put those details on screen for you next. And I'll just give you a quick look at this actually. Love them. So this is a 12 by 12 rotating cutting mat. Okay. If I flip it over, you can see you've got a non-stick base. This is your locking mechanism. So if you push those sections out, this is now locked and will not rotate. So you can use it just as a normal cutting mat. The brilliant thing about the Quilted Bear rotating cutting mats is they have a non-slip backing on them. So I'm pushing really quite hard on this cutting mat and it is not, there you go, the table's wobbling rather than this slipping. All right, it's nice and secure. Unlock it, and what you've got now, if I take it apart, is you've got your base, you've got your rotating part which slots in, that will now spin through 360 degrees, and it's so easy, so stable. So I love this when I'm cutting out templates and small shapes in particular. It just makes such an easy go. If you regularly do things like half square triangles where you make them a little bigger and then trim them down, you need one of these. If you do foundation piecing, English paper piecing, you need one of these. And this is 12 by 12, so it's the kind of thing you can literally have next to you at your sewing machine and then just turn between the two to piece, to trim, and piece and trim. Love them. Absolutely love them. Okay, that's that. The fabric that I used is La Vie Bohème. which is from French General. It's a beautiful selection of fabrics, creams and tans, beautiful madder reds, lovely sort of paisley, floral, geometric designs. You've got a gorgeous kind of soft grey blue and this wonderful pearl grey, which is just lovely. I've made one of the quilts for my new book in this range and it just looks stunning. Isn't that gorgeous? A message. In the year of the rabbit, that's me, I'm determined to regain my sewing mojo. Golden wedding next year. Lucky to have love and support, but he keeps buying me more fabric. Pamela, that makes him a keeper. It really does. No wonder you're celebrating your golden wedding anniversary if he keeps buying you fabric. It sounds like a win. Happy anniversary to you both as well. I hope you get your sewing mojo back. Sometimes it's just about starting with something nice and simple and just do a simple project that you really get into and enjoy. Or go on a workshop. Now I've got some other scrap crazy templates. This one is the scrap crazy 8-inch. Not the same in different sizes, they're all different. I'll show you this one. Now, if you have a look on my Instagram, Stuart Hillard Makes, you'll see it's all done in lovely turquoise batiks. I made a cushion using these templates. I'd have it with me, but I've given it to Deputy Joan because it matches her new bedroom. What can you do, eh? What can you do? But in this template set, you get 3 templates. I'm going to take the mat out of the way for a second just so you can see them. So you've got this rectangle here, you've got this tall triangle, well it's sort of blunt topped triangle, and then you've got this sort of chisel shape, and what you're going to do is you're going to cut 1C, 1D, 1D, 2 C's, 1A, and then 1B. So you're going to cut a shorter version of this. And again, it cuts brilliantly from a layer cake square. I'll show you. We've got time to cut this? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. All right. So I'll just cut 1 layer this time, just to show you. Now, if you're using layer cake squares, I think it is really important that you use the instructions and think skinny, mean, and meagre, okay, when you're doing your cutting. So you're going to put C and D right up against each other in the corner like that, okay. Then you need to grab another ruler and pop that on top of your layer cake and butt that right up against the template, okay, just like so. Move those to one side and cut. Okay. Right, let's deal now with this side. So we're going to cut C and D first. So I'll put C right up against the line I've just cut, and I'm going to cut this one out. So there's C. Okay, that's our first shape cut out. Then I'm going to cut D out, and you'll see that there is virtually no waste. Remember, it's a rotating cutting mat, Stuart. Sometimes I forget. Okay, so there's D cut out. Right. And then we're going to use shape A to cut out from the top. Okay, so a little bit more wiggle room here. I still tend to be as skinny as I can when I'm cutting out, because you never know when you might need a little thin strip of something. So we'll just keep going round. All right, there's shape A. Right then, so next up from the other side, I'm going to cut 2 shapes. So I'm going to cut another shape C from the top. I seem to have positioned that wrongly because that's not going to come out of there. What did I do wrong there? I think I had this one positioned too far over. Oh well, I didn't make such a good job of that, folks. I haven't positioned that right. Anyway, so what you do there is to cut out your B, you just line up so your line is here. Okay. Well, I certainly wouldn't waste that fabric. All I would do is sew 2 bits of fabric together and then I would cut it out. So there we go. So there's my D. Hey, you know I said you might sometimes need a thin strip of fabric. Well, there you go. There you go. There it is. So I would sew those together and then you can cut out your last piece. Let me show you somebody who did cut it right first time. This is Elizabeth's version. This was my first attempt, she says, at using the scrap. And I've had a practice with this. There we go. There we go. Oh, we have a picture from Crazier 8. Oh, I like that. That's lovely. Look at that. Yummy. All right, there we go. And there's my last shape. There's the C. So those are all the shapes. And then to put them together, you're going to put C and D together there. You're going to sew A across the bottom. That will create one section. And then you're going to put the B there and the other C will get sewn together there. And they will all sew together to make your block. Oh, look, I've made a smaller cream square. Hurrah. That was worth it, wasn't it? Right, there we go. So that's Scrap Crazy 8-inch version. We'll do the Hexie trim tool next, shall we? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Hexie trim tool. Do we have the open one, please? We'll grab that because I'll cut that out. And I think as well, this illustrates why a rotating cutting mat is so brilliant as well. So this is the hexagon trim tool from Creative Grids. Now, what's awesome about this, can you see these 3 hexagons down in the far corner? You can cut out a whole hexagon, no bother, if you want to cut out a whole hexagon. But you can also cut out smaller hexagons. You've got 4 different sizes of hexagons. And then you've also got, you can do strips, so you can do hexagonal log cabins using this as well. All right, I'm just going to open this and show you how it works. Let's get this one open. There we go. Right, I'm in. So I just want to show you how brilliant a rotating cutting mat is when you need to cut out a complex shape. So here's my fabric. And I've got it on my rotating cutting mat. I'm still going to be as skinny as I can. I'm going to slide that shape down almost to the bottom. I do like to trim off the little pinked edge. And then we've got all of these sides. Now I'm prepared to do a cut at an angle there, but I'm not going to do this, okay? I'm going to rotate it around. I'm keeping these pieces of fabric as whole as I possibly can to minimize any wastage. Well, it doesn't just minimize wastage, it means that the bits that I have got left are a size that I could actually feasibly use. And that's it. That is it. I have now cut out my hexagon. So much easier. You see, if you compare that with what you would do if I now lock this in place. So you imagine this is your fixed mat that you're having to turn, manually turn. What I'm having to do now is physically pick up and turn my mat. Now this is okay-ish because I've got a small mat, but I mean everything's slipped now, so I'm having to line everything back up again. Okay, I'll do that, but I'm not doing that. So again, I've got to pick it up and physically turn it. Rotating cutting mat is, oh, I've done that badly, is the way to go. There we go. There we go. But just a brilliant tool that. Love the hexagon trim tool. Really versatile. And then your pieced hexagons, easy to sew together because, look, can you see? At every corner of every size of main hexagon, there is a little hole drilled through the template. What you're going to do is, when you come to piece your hexagons together, your large hexagons, you could just make a sort of massive hexagon quilt. What you're going to do there is you're going to grab a pen, okay, and you need, or a pencil. Let's see if I can find something that'll show up. This will show up. Right, you're going to go through those holes with a marking tool and you're going to put a little dot. And like I say, these are on every single size of hexagon. Right, so now can you see I've got a little dot at each intersection. Now you can leave it at that if you want to. Or what you can do, which I think makes things really easy, is you can draw a little corner line like that. Okay. So what this is doing, when you come to sew these together by machine, this is going to help you do your Y seam. So when you put these two fabrics together and you're going to sew your hexagons, what you will do is you will start at the dot and then you will sew all the way across, and having this little line here just helps you to line up so you get a nice straight seam and finish at the dot and just backstitch, yeah? So you end up leaving a little gap at either side. Once that's sewn together, when you come to sew in your next hexagon, you'll be able to fit it right into that corner because of that little gap that you left. It's very, very easy to do. Okay. What would you like next? Right, rotating cutting mats. Absolutely essential for every quilter. Half the stock's gone already. Half the stock's already gone. You can use it as a fixed cutting mat, of course, non-slip, so it's going to be really stable. I think where it comes into its own is once you unlock it and you're then able to turn it so you can cut safely away from yourself regardless of what you're making. As I say, if you're somebody that trims half square triangles down, it's an absolute boon. It is so useful. If you use templates, if you do English paper piecing, foundation paper piecing, it is brilliant. Essential bit of kit. Okay, now then, the mini iron, another essential bit of kit. I wonder, can I show at the same time the Teflon applique? Is that all right? Okay, So I've got mini iron, quick demo then. Let's do a quick demo. I need some scissors. There we go. Right. So, fusible applique. I've got some Bonder web. I'm going to draw my shape onto my Bonder web. Okay, let's do, oh, that's not a very good pen. Let's do a heart. Okay, right, so I've got my shape drawn out on my Bonder web. I'm going to cut it out roughly. And then I need to iron it to some fabric. Okay, now this is where I'm going to introduce you to my new best friend. Which is the Millwood Applique mat. Now the only one that we've got is the ironing board size, so I mean it's overkill here size wise, but what you've got here, they're amazing, is you've got an ironing board sized and shaped Teflon mat. So it's kind of really rubbery and it's sort of fairly see-through as well. You'll see once I actually get out to use. The other thing you've got is a sort of shiny, what I would call a goddess sheet. You use both. So what you're going to do first of all is put your thicker Teflon mat down onto your ironing surface. Be it an ironing board, this one will fit an ironing board, or a smaller pressing mat if you're using that. Okay, so that one goes down first of all, and that can just live on your ironing board. Okay, I'm going to put my fabric, this is the fabric that I'm using for the applique, and I'm going to put this down first of all, and then I've got my little shape that I've drawn around, and I want to iron that to the back. Now why am I using this Teflon mat? Well, the awful thing is with fusible web, it's wonderful stuff, but it gets all over your iron, all over your ironing board. Using your Millwood applique sheet will stop you ever getting any of that fusible on either your iron, because it's protected by this mat, or your ironing board, because it's protected with this mat. Also, the fact that this is kind of see-through means that you can put a placement diagram or pattern onto your ironing board first, then layer this on, and you can put your appliques together. All right, so I've ironed my shape. What I'm going to do now is go in with a pair of sharp scissors, cut out the applique on the line. So let's just trim that down a little bit and cut round my heart, not literally obviously. Open heart surgery on air. There we go. Okay, that's all done. I'll just score the paper so I can peel the paper off. So the paper comes off. And now I need to fix it onto a surface. How about, ooh, that would be really cute once that's appliqued down, don't you think? Okay, so I'll pop that down. I'm going to grab my goddess sheet again, lay that over the top, and then fuse that into place. And the heat will go through the sheet and it will fuse, but it's not getting any fusible onto the iron. Now, we've got an applique mat on screen for £6.99, but you do actually get this included. You get both together. Yeah. You don't need to buy anything extra. If you're going for the Millwood, you get both sheets together. And now that is appliqued on perfectly. Where I think this is really, really clever is you can cut out multiple shapes. So for example, you might be appliquing a flower with leaves coming away from it, and then a little stem that comes off that, and some berries that are joined on the end. You can actually lay out all of those pieces onto your mat. You can fuse them together and then peel the whole thing off, and then put it onto your background square and fuse it in place. So you can use it to actually build up your appliques before they ever go near your background. Lisa's got in touch, who says, I bought one of the rectangular applique mats last week and I've already used it for a Delphine project. It's brilliant. It is brilliant. They're absolutely superb. This is that bit of kit where, you know, when you sort of got all your basics and you think to yourself, okay, I'm sorted. A product like this comes along and suddenly you think, you know what? That is really clever, and it does a great job at keeping your ironing board and your iron fusible free. If you've just invested in a gorgeous Aliso iron, you don't want to get fusible on that. All right, we are going to go to a little break. When we come back, Jenny Jackson's going to be here with her second of third shows, so please don't go anywhere.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Demoing the one that's on.
Hi there, welcome back to Sewing Street. And Tim and Chris, good morning to you both. I know you're watching. Lovely to see you both. Well, I can't see you, but you can see me. It's lovely for you to see me. Here he is, the metal pig. Hiya. Welcome back. This hour, it's Jenny Jackson.
Hello
Hiya.
again. Hi.
We've had a very busy morning with you already.
We have.
My
It's been
goodness
great
me,
fun.
so many launches, including this gorgeous beast. It's the Puffin. I've got less than 20 of this kit available. You came with many, many, many more.
I did.
Jenny. The C background's already sold out. We will try and get that back in at some point in the future, but we won't have any anytime soon. I can promise you that. We've got the Puffin with this gorgeous contemporary blue background, this gorgeous kind of robin egg blue with a little kind of kissing penguins on it. Penguins.
Penguins, puffins.
Puffins, thank you. Kissing puffins. On the background. It looks glorious. Let me show you what you're getting. Let me show you what you're getting. So this is Jenny's amazing English paper pieced technique that takes an exploded image and then English paper pieces it back together. I just think these panels are so cool. They look so cool. So you can see there, you've got the image of the Puffin. Now, don't be alarmed that there are two eyes. This is going to be taken up in seam allowance. So your seam allowance is included within the coloured part. So you'll cut out on the black line, you don't include any of the white. That's spare, that's scrap. All right? And you are going to then piece the image of the Puffin back together for the front of your tote bag. Now over here you've got your fabric for the back of the tote bag. You've also got your bag handles down here, plus some mini puffins which I would have to use somewhere on the bag.
Indeed.
And also some larger images over here, which you could put some Bondi web on the back, cut them out, you could applique them maybe to an inside pocket, or even, wouldn't it be fun to create like a charm that you could hang on the front of the tote bag?
Yeah,
that would be
so
cute. So you get all of that. Also within this bundle, you get all of your lining fabric, and in this example it's this gorgeous bright orange which I think just goes so well with the blue and the Puffin image. So plenty of lining fabric. You also get all of your English paper pieced shapes, so not just a template so that you can cut out your own and have to find or buy the paper. These are actually already cut out, laser cut,
Pre-cut, yeah.
Pre-cut for you, all that you need. You also get your full pattern and instructions. So within here, you've got everything you need to make up the pattern, how to sew it all together, how to turn it into a tote bag. Job is a good one. All done for $29.99. We've got single figures left.
You could make these into cushions as well.
Oh, that
you
would be
don't
fun.
have to do tote bags.
Right.
Once you've done the front, you can just trim it down to a square and pop it in a cushion.
Yeah, you absolutely could if that's your thing.
Yeah.
I'd make the bag though, because I just think the bag is so gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
And it's so different as well.
It's a nice size as well.
Yeah.
Fit loads of
Distinctive. Unique. Now, you will need some H640 to go inside your bag. How much do you need?
You would have to get a metre of it, 'cause
1 metre.
half a metre's just not quite enough. because I used it in the straps as well. You can use wadding. Don't let H640 put you off.
Okay.
It just makes it that little bit more sturdy, less floppy, doesn't it, really? But you can use wadding if not.
No, I think H640 is the way to go because it gives it that structure. You need one piece. It's 1 metre by 90 centimetres. That is plenty to make the tote bag. It's $9.99. H640, if you haven't used it before, it's a polyester volume fleece and it has a fusible side. When you get it home, you will see that there's a side that has kind of a spotty, speckled appearance and it feels a bit rough. That's the glue side. The other side feels and looks much more fleecy or felty. That's the non-fusible side. Now, which side do you use on your outer?
So I ironed the Puffin front onto
the batting.
Onto the batting.
Gotcha. Perfect. And then add a bit of quilting.
Yes, I actually let you into a secret. I didn't quilt these totes because H640 makes it. If you're going to use wadding, you definitely want to quilt them. Yeah. Because that will make it a bit more sturdy. But I actually didn't quilt these totes.
Okay, fair enough.
And I think they still hold together so nicely because it's glued on. You could add some gorgeous quilting to it.
Loads of opportunities.
I just didn't have time.
Fair enough. Fair enough. If you don't have time at home, you don't need to quilt these bags either. You could just add a bit of top stitching around the top of the bag, and that'll just hold the lining into place. Okay, before we get onto a demo of how to do English paper piecing, we've got a second project which I adore. This is a sewing machine cover. Now, I adore this colourway, Grello, very, very smart. You've got the grey with the beehives and the little bees on the back. You have got the little bees on the side. This is going to go over your machine like this. And this is going to fit a nice big machine as well.
Yes, I'll explain about the sizing once we get round to demoing it.
Here on the front, look, you've got pockets and you could alter the distance. And these hexagons, now, is this printed or is this pieced?
No, this is EPP.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
That's really nice. I like that. And then when we've used it to cover our machine, we're going to open this out. We're going to put this onto the table with the pockets hanging off the edge, machine on top, tools in the front, and it's a sewing machine mat as well. That is such a clever design. Will you talk us through how we resize that for a different machine?
Yes, I will indeed.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
I didn't have time to sew the...
No problem. No problem. Now, so the version that I've just shown you, the grey, gold, Grello, a little bit of aqua in there as well. We'll show you the details for that first. Oh, beg your pardon. I'll just show you what you're actually getting. So you're getting your full printed panel, so all of the printed elements, all of the hexagons for your EPP, they're all printed on your panel. You get 1 metre of this golden yellow solid to create your binding and your lining as well.
1.5 meters.
1.5 meters?
Yeah.
Wow, awesome. Then you get all of your EPP shapes already pre-cut for you, plus full instructions to make the design. And of course, once you've made one, you could use that and recut some shapes and make your own scrappy version.
Oh, yeah.
Can we just show what the panel looks like as well, Jenny?
As well.
Because they're fab, aren't they? Just so you can see. So down my end, you've got all of the sort of solid fabric. And then down your end, look at all those EPP shapes.
EPP shapes, and actually, but your end as well, that strip's a spare strip just to fill the panel up because you don't want plain fabric.
No, of course not.
And then those are the side bits.
Brilliant. Brilliant. So you'll use this combined with your 1.5 meters of gold solid to create that beautiful sewing machine cover and mat. Now, if you want gorgeous florals, hot pinks, magentas, purples, stay tuned because I've got a second version. So I'll show you the panel first of all. Wow, this is a bit of all right.
Isn't it just?
This is stunning.
Love it.
Okay, talk us through this.
Oh.
Oops.
Yep, so you've got your EPP pocket pieces, the side handle
Come towards me a little bit.
Yeah.
That's it.
a spare piece of lovely pretty fabric.
Yep.
And the main piece. Oh,
Yep.
there's 2 EPP pieces there because that's how it fitted on the panel best.
That is gorgeous.
So it's
Love
really
that.
pretty.
So if you love pinks, purples, magentas, go for this. Thanks, Jenny. So there's your panel. You get 1.5 meters in this fabulous magenta pink.
I love that colour.
Love it.
So good.
Love it. You get all of your paper pieces and you get your full pattern and instructions, all for $34.99. Love it. Michelle says, Jenny, you're amazing bringing 3 projects to the show.
Thank you.
Aren't you? Amazing. Love it. Okay.
Busy, busy. 5 projects, isn't it?
Do I need H640 for that?
No, I just use wadding.
So quilt wadding. But
Yeah.
could I use H640?
You could indeed if you want it a little bit more substantial.
Can we just put the details of H640 back on? Now, 1 piece, a $9.99 piece, is going to be plenty, because that's plenty of that. $9.99. So pop that into your basket. Can we start with Puffin demo,
We
please?
can. Before I forget,
Yeah.
this colourway of the mat, if you bought my Scrappy Hexy Zippy Slip Pouch quite a few months ago, it's matching.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
nice.
a bee pouch that I did.
Oh, I like it.
Everyone loved that print, so I thought it would be really fun to bring very similar matchy colours and everything. to go
If
with
you
it.
are a sewing bee.
Exactly.
Ah,
You need to
quarter
start
of the stock's
making
gone.
it.
Quarter of the stock of that bee print is gone. The details are on screen. A quarter's gone. So if you want that one, that's going to be the first to go, I think. Okay.
Right, Puffin.
Make me a puffin.
What I do, I'm actually demoing the one that's sold out, typical. What I do is I cut out my papers. I like to keep my pieces organised. You can put it together if you don't. There's a picture in the pattern, but it's more of a jigsaw if you don't keep your
Understood.
pieces. Right, so what I do is I will cut a row out, and I will base that row, and then I will clip it with a little sticky note saying row 1 on the top, just so I know.
I gotcha.
And I'll have them in order. I personally sew from the left to the right, so I will have the left one on the top, the right one on the bottom.
Yep.
And I tend to just cut them all out and do all that, and then I'm good to sew.
Okay.
Some people sew from the right to the left. And I do have a feeling that might be about being left-handed and right-handed.
Yeah, that makes
you
sense.
actually I find it easier to go this way. It's
Yeah.
more fluid.
Uh-huh.
But if you're right-handed, you might find it easier to sew that way.
So pick a direction.
Pick a direction.
Be organised.
And keep whatever one you're going to start with on the top of your pile. But be organised, because it does make life easier.
Yep.
So you don't have all your pieces messed up. And like you said, you cut out on the line, the black line around the shape. Don't leave the extra white fabric. That is not needed. So I have sewn 2 and a bit rows, just so I could get it going and show you a nice way to add the shapes. And I will also show you how to baste one of these shapes without getting my pieces mixed
Because if I was
up.
brand new to EPP, would this be a suitable project, or is it too hard?
Easy. It's easy. The shapes are
easy.
easy.
Right.
It's just about pattern matching. I mean, it's all done for you, but what you might find easier as a beginner, or even not a beginner, to help the pattern match easily, is you might want to use a ruler and actually draw 1/4 inch inside using a pen that
Right.
you can get rid of.
Because it's quite important that when you put your paper shape on your fabric,
you do want
put
it
slap
centered.
bang in the middle.
Yeah, so if you just draw 1/4 inch in, then that is fine. See, these cards are the ones you get, which I have used this piece of card at least 4 or 5 times. It's still perfect.
Oh, so it's not use them once and throw them away?
no.
No.
No, you could then do this, but with scraps of fabric using that shape and make a
Nice.
scrappy one.
Nice.
Just won't have the picture of the puffin on.
I love the fact that actually 2 of those shapes sewn together makes a heart.
It does
'Cause
indeed.
it is Valentine's, and I am quite a romantic
Yes,
person.
You are
Loyal and faithful. I am.
I love the jewel shape. I work with it quite a lot now. So once you've done this, you place your card on top of the wrong side of the fabric, and using some glue, you just lightly go all the way around.
So you put your glue onto your fabric.
I put the glue onto your fabric. There is no yes or no, right or wrong, should I say. But I find that the card lasts even longer if I go onto the fabric, but also it stops you having bits of fabric which aren't glued. So it works nicely for me.
Got you.
So you're just going to go all the way around.
And just, is there a knack to making those corners really neat?
Just do it on a hard surface. Don't try and do it in the air.
Okay.
And literally just use your finger, or if you've got nails, to pull it over nice and tight, but without manipulating the card. This is the nice thing about my card shapes as well. It's not too thin, so you're not going to bend the card while you're doing it.
Understood.
So
Got
that's
you.
as simple. Soline glue pens are the one.
Yeah, we're out of stock at the
Soline
moment.
glue
but
and refills are very hard to get at the moment.
they are.
Months
they
of
are.
waiting for them.
Oh, if I don't have a glue pen and I can't get hold of one from Sewing Street, is there another way
Yes,
of attaching these?
you can hand baste,
Yep.
but the larger the shape, the harder to hand baste it is. And you have a tendency to fold the card slightly while you're pulling. You can do it, but I just love the glue.
Yeah, glue, absolutely.
You get nicer, tighter edges, crisp edges around the shape as well.
Fab. Little message for you from Kim who says, wow, Ginny Jackson, you're so clever. Could you both say hi to my adorable granddaughter Courtney, who is on a sleepover? With love, Kimmy B.
Oh,
of course.
hi Courtney, you're lucky. You get all your grandma's cakes and stuff
Oh,
made. Oh,
yummy.
Kim makes the nicest
Does
cake.
she? Can you bring some next time,
I
please?
went there
Thank
when I was
you.
teaching a workshop in the same town she lives in, and I had hot scones. with jams.
Oh,
They were
gorgeous.
amazing.
Yes. Hi, Courtney. Hope you're well. Having fun.
That's not the shape. I
Sounds
want.
good.
I know.
Donald, I will answer your question about H640 very shortly, so stay tuned.
Fab. So I've already started sewing 2 shapes to this row. I tend to sew all my shapes along the row, and then I go back and sew down the shape,
Okay.
because once all these have been sewn, not the 2 edge pieces, I can remove those shapes, and it just makes it easier to manipulate and less folding of card, which is what we always like.
Okay.
So actually, after I've sewn this first row, I can show you how to remove a card there.
Awesome, yeah.
So as you can see, this one's just going to want to go there. So I'm just going to right sides together. I've still got my thread attached from my last shape because I didn't need to knot it off.
I guess
because
you're
was
sewing like a
adding.
zigzag, aren't you, along the top to attach the shapes? It's like a
Yeah,
zigzag
it's-
line of sewing.
Yeah, it's just a whip stitch all the way across. You obviously, you don't go through your card. I'm just going to try and get this in a good angle for the camera. I think I am. So you're just going to start on one corner there, just go through a tiny bit of the fabric. Again, you can't accidentally go through the card because you will feel that. Oh, I've got my cotton all muddled up, haven't I?
So you're just picking up a few threads at the edge of both shapes.
Yes, exactly that. And you're just going to sew across the shape. Can you see? Oh yeah, we can see that, can't we?
Fab. Lovely mobile, portable project this, isn't it?
Oh yeah, holiday sewing, train sewing.
Yeah.
everything.
Linda, who's in Argyll and Butte, says, love Jenny's EPP patterns. I make them when I'm working away from home.
Yes, oh, thank you. They are handy. Hotel sewing, they're just everywhere. I take it when my son has appointments. I sit in the car for an hour while he's in his appointment, and I sew them.
Brilliant, yeah.
I've got a native lighting light,
Yes.
like the zigzag one, and you can put it on your dashboard,
Oh,
and then
cool.
fold it over, and it's perfect for the winter months.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, so-
Perfect.
I get some funny looks, people walking past the car, and I've got this bright light,
I
and I'm
bet
sitting
you
there
do.
just happily hand sewing.
Yes, nothing to see here. Thank you.
So we're just going across. You don't need your stitches right on top of each other, but you don't want them, again, you don't want them to be too far away from each other.
So how many stitches per inch should I aim for?
See, I never actually count them, 'cause
Right.
I just go for it. How many have I done here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. About 12?
Yeah, between 10 and 12 an inch?
Yeah.
Yep.
I would say so.
If you do them too close together, they show, don't they?
They do, and it makes the seam really bulky as well, so then it doesn't sit nicely. And you actually just don't need as many as you might think you do. Oh, I think I've moved this. I don't think this is going to match. Oh, the joys of air sewing.
Yeah, absolutely. While you finish sewing off that seam, Donald's asked a question. He says, "Morning, Stuart, a question for you. I'm new to making quilts. Why can't you use H640 as your wadding for a quilt?" Okay, well, you can, but there are a couple of caveats. One of them, Donald, is that your H640 is 90 centimetres wide. So you can have it cut to any length, but only 90 centimetres wide. So obviously most quilts are a lot bigger than that. So size is one issue. The other issue is that, well, one of the things that we love about H640 is that because it's polyester, it kind of stands up for itself, if you know what I mean. It has a certain structure to it. If this was quilt wadding, you would not be able to hold the corner up like that. It would flop. It would drape. And most of the time with quilts, we want them to drape over a bed. And this would kind of, on the edge of the bed, would rather sort of just stick out, which makes it brilliant for wall hangings. So if you're making a wall hanging where you actually want it to hold its square or rectangular shape and not be all floppy and ripply at the corners, H640 is brilliant for quilts. So you definitely can use it, but make sure you use it because you want the structure that it provides. Sorry, Jenny, sorry to digress.
No, that's fine. No problemo. Right, so I've sewn all the way to that edge there. Oh, they moved the camera as I moved the thing. There we go. So I've sewn to that corner, and what I could do now, so I don't need to fold this card, which again obviously makes the card last longer, is just remove this shape because it's got all sides sewn around. So you just peel it back. I tell you what, panels as well for EPP, they're heaven.
Really? Why?
They come off so nicely without fraying at all around the back.
Right.
They just work lovely.
Is that because they're so finely woven?
I think it must be, but I think they're a joy to EPP with, and I do a lot of it.
You do.
There we go. So that is a shape remove. That's how simple it is when you've glued a shape in, because sometimes people worry that they're going to not be able to get their shape out. But you don't use much glue, but you can also leave the glue in for 10 minutes or 10 years. And it's still going to come out.
Okay, cool.
If you've left it in for many years, you might want to iron it first before you remove it. It might help it lift a bit, but I've left it in for a good couple of years where I've started a project and it's just sat there while I've worked. Yeah, usually a scrappy hexy one that I just add to every now and then. It just goes forever. So the next stage would be just, you want to sew down this side. So again, flip it over. Can you see how easy that folded now?
Right,
and
there's no
I would have
card.
had to bend that card, and that does mean that the cards won't last quite as long, and it just makes it lighter. You don't need them in. I tend to keep the shapes around my edge in, but actually you don't need to do that because you're going to trim it anyway.
Okay.
So you can take those out as well. I would press the edge ones first before I remove them. Just so you get that seam allowance tucked in. But yeah, with the outer ones, you just don't need to. So here I'll just carry on sewing now. Again, starting right in the corner from where I finished.
I'm thinking as well, Jenny, if you wanted to, you could use, if you didn't want a bag, you could use the whole image, leave the edge, and then applique that to a background, a larger background piece of fabric. Because you've already got your edges turned, so you could slip stitch that down, add borders and make a wall hanging.
Add borders using the back, the strap fabric, and the spare puffins, which I nearly called penguins then as well.
That's me, that's my fault.
You could applique those little puffins on. You could actually make a quilt with it.
Yeah, you could. That'd be fun.
With mixed fabric.
Now, if you were making a wall hanging with that, Donald, that's definitely where you would use your H640 for your wadding, because it would keep it nice and sort of square on the wall. Louise has got in touch to say, I've done one of Jenny's EPP bags before and really enjoyed doing a different shape other than hexagons. Would love to send a picture, Lou in Swansea. Louise, you absolutely can send an email. Just send it to studio@sewingstreet.com. Attach your picture and we'll look out for it. It's coming from Lou in Swansea.
I'm trying to have a little guess which one it might be.
Yeah.
It could be the crosses tote bag. That's using little housey arrow type shapes and triangles. It could be that one. But there are many different designs there could be.
Cool.
So yeah, you just carry on, and this is the same technique that you will use to add absolutely all of your shapes on.
That's cool. I noticed you're using quilting clips just to hold the shape in place.
Yeah.
Why do you use those?
So I feel that I do so much hand sewing that if I don't use this, I am, especially when I'm just starting, I'm putting a lot of pressure on my wrist and my fingers to make sure it's not slipping and moving. Whereas if I pop a clip on, that's doing that job for you, so I can just lightly hold it with my non-sewing hand.
Relax.
And just, and it really made a difference. I noticed it. I really started doing, I can't remember when I started doing it, but it was at a point where I was sewing a lot.
Were you doing the book?
Sewing. It could have been. It could have been. And this is a lifesaver for me. It's really stopped any pain in my wrist.
Great. Well, we've just put the hemline gold quilters clips on screen. $5.99 for 30 of those. Very smart. They're lovely.
I love those. I've got a pack of those.
Have some. Treat yourself.
I did.
Treat yourself.
I love them.
Now, are you happy to move on to the sewing
more
machine
than happy.
cover? Awesome.
Sure, I'll set myself up for that.
Thank you. So you've got two options for this. You can either go for the Grello, the grey and yellow golds. You've got those beautiful beehives on grey. You've got the beautiful EPP. So you've got little octagons and squares sewn together. That I think might be my favourite EPP arrangement. I love doing those. I did an I Spy quilt, EPP I Spy quilt with octagons and squares years ago with my Quilt Guild group.
Yeah.
And I volunteered to quilt it, which was great fun. I loved it. So that's your grey version. Cover for your machine, and then it turns into a mat to put your machine on with pockets that hang off the edge to keep your stuff in. And then the other version that you can go for is the pink, the magenta. So you get your EPP shapes, you get your panel with everything printed on, all of your EPP shapes, your fabric for the front, the pockets, and then 1.5 meters of solid. It's bright pink in this version, gold for the bees. And then you also get full instructions, detailed instructions for how to do EPP, but also how to then make it up into the sewing machine cover and mat. You will need either a pack of H640, or you can use quilt batting for this one, can't you?
Indeed.
Awesome. Now, you've got a whopper of a machine,
I do.
and this
I'm just
fits
gonna
that.
grab it.
But if I've got a
Yes.
mid-sized or a smaller sewing machine, is this still for me?
It is indeed. So I seem to have ripped off the.
Oh, it'll stick back down.
Oh, it will. Right. So obviously, I've got a big old machine. I've got this machine here. So you can't really see, but the right hand side of this machine is really wide compared with most machines. So this side here, that I'm just off the TV thing here, is really wide. So what I suggest is measure the width of the wider side of the machine, which is usually the right side, and then cut these to fit, leaving an extra 1.5 to 2 inches. wider than your machine, so you can fit it on there, and then you don't have to worry. Most machines are the same height, so then that's not a problem. Again, if your machine is only this long, just measure it so it's about how much is this? About 1 inch either side over it, and then that will be perfect. You just trim it down to fit yours.
So do a little bit less EPP for your pockets, but maybe then use those and make a little needle case or a little spectacle case.
Exactly, or even applique them onto the top here and make it a bit more fancy.
So it's very adaptable, and I love the fact that you've given us the pattern and all the pieces to make the largest size, which means we can easily scale it down.
Exactly, that's what's lovely about having the bigger machine, because if I do anything for a machine, I am going to do it to fit this one.
Of course you are.
So it's it fits perfectly with the smaller machine.
Fabulous, thank you. Now you're going to demo using the hot pink version.
I am.
Which I love.
So it's more, I thought we'd do more of this construction on here, because I've just shown you it's exactly the same technique as the puffin in regards to sewing your shapes together. It's exactly the same way you cut your shapes out on the line, on the black line around the shapes. And I sewed the octagons together in one row, then I added the top squares, the bottom squares, then I added the next row of octagons, and I did it in rows like that. I am going to have to use my pattern slightly for measurements, only because I have found I am not capable of remembering every single size for every single pattern.
No, true, funnily enough.
I just don't know how or if people can do that.
No.
So I thought I would trim this off, and do you know what's really bad? I've forgotten my 505 spray.
Okay, I think we might be able to get you some of that.
Which I was going to use the whole time.
Don't you worry.
Got you covered. I'm just going to hide as well.
Okay, hide behind the curtain, go into Narnia. Thank you, Kat.
Just going to get a ruler.
Oh, it's lovely back there. We've got cakes, we've got drinks.
Oh.
Yes, oh, it's lovely.
Didn't think about this, that I needed a ruler, did I?
Ah, gotcha.
Oh, I can't
We'll
get
come back
one
on screen in a minute, don't worry, folks.
Yeah, don't mind me.
Jenny's coming back. Jenny's coming back.
I can't get it out.
No, I struggle with those hooks. They're not great, are they? Do you want me to have a go? Come here,
Yeah, I can't get it off that round bit on there.
No, I know.
Always fun.
It's jammed onto that hook. There we go. We'll get there. Honestly, how many? So I'll do it for you. No chance. Thank you.
Straight
there
away.
We go.
How did you do that?
Magic fingers. Magic
dear.
fingers.
Right. So what we want to do is we want to trim this down to.
So you've laid that onto batting and you've quilted it.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Just the wadding, not the backing part of it.
Okay.
And I've got a really small. I've set myself up with a really small cutting mat, haven't I? But it's fine.
So you trim that edge straight.
Yep.
Gotcha.
And then what I'm going to do is I will have to trim a bit off as well, because it probably is too long if I remember rightly. And then I'm just going to trim the top bit off straight, and then I'll measure from there. Just didn't want a big cutting mat, because then they get in the way.
Yeah, they can a bit.
When you've got loads of bits and bobs on the table.
You'd think, wouldn't you? We've got a great big countertop here, and you'd think, oh, that'll be plenty, but it soon gets filled up.
It really does.
Take all that out your way.
Thank you. And I want this to be 22.5. I love these big rulers.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is, it's probably not going to be exact because it is TV sewing. 22.5. Oh, it just lines up nicely with that edge of that. I'm actually going to cut this off.
Well, I like the fact that you've gone for the biggest size, because I've got a UX8.
Right, yep.
Which is a big machine.
Yep.
But then I've also got my little brother, which I could make a different version. And I can use the same pattern but scale it down, just make it a little shorter.
Indeedy doos. Right, so I think it is 6 3/4 inch high.
Yep.
So I'm just going to do this. I was trying to decide, what do I do at home for this project and what do I do here? So it's hard to know how much time you'll end up having.
I know. Loads of time. Well, it's so exciting. I don't think we've ever had so many brand new projects from you in one day.
No, we definitely haven't.
This is 6 brand new projects in one day, isn't it? 5.
5.
1.
Well, 2
2,
if you include. Yeah,
3.
that's 6 if you include
That's
that
2.
as 2.
Yeah,
so 6.
6.
Look at that.
Look at that. Oh, that looks
This is why
lovely.
I've been quiet.
I want to make the whole quilt.
I
That's
know,
such
that
beautiful
would look nice,
patchwork.
wouldn't it?
Yeah, and I'm really into smaller scale stuff at the moment.
I do like little bits. I would love to do some fully PP quilts for the shows.
Yeah.
But it's making them
It's time,
in time,
isn't
it?
I know.
Right,
I know.
I've cut this wood. Now you're going to baste the backing to this. I mean, you could sew through this. You could have quilted through it. I just chose not to. I quite like not quilting through the backing sometimes of pockets and stuff.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from.
Do you know? Yeah.
I do.
So I'm only going to use a tiny bit. And I'm going to trim off any excess fabric.
Okay.
I might need to use it again in a bit.
Okay, I'll
Couldn't
keep that
do
for you.
without this.
Keep it handy. Brilliant stuff, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Of course, if you're using H640, you could fuse it.
Yes, exactly. Iron. Only onto one side though. You would still need to base the backing on, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would. True enough.
True, true.
True, true.
Right, so I'm just going to trim off that excess backing fabric. I often cut if I'm doing something like this, I often cut my backing slightly bigger, just because it makes the whole
Trying to
basting
line up.
easier,
Yeah.
because it sticks to the wadding slightly, doesn't it, before you even use the spray,
Yeah, it does.
and you end up in a mess. Right, so I love a binding on a pocket.
Oh, me too.
I love binding in general. It's my favourite thing to do. So somewhere amongst all my stuff, I have a strip of pink. Well, that's going to.
So is this straight of grain bias?
Yeah.
Which?
Yep. Straight of grain.
Okay.
Straight. I cut straight along from width of the fabric to the width. So what I'm going to do is this is the folded over edge, the open edge, should I say. I'm just going to line that up with the pocket. Again, I've cut this bigger, and in the pattern it says to, so you can just trim off the edge after.
Okay.
And I'm just going to use 1/4 inch seam allowance to add this binding straight on, and I'm going down instead of up on the stitch length.
Okay. So a bit shorter stitch
No,
length.
I meant to go up. It was still set to 1.2.
Gotcha.
And I ended up at 0.2. Right, so we're just going to go straight along. I mean, you can pin this in place if you want. That is totally up to you, but I'm awful for that. I'm so not a pinner.
I never pin binding.
Never. I don't use quilters clips either.
No.
The only thing I use for binding is, when you're going round a corner, I use one quilter's clip once I've done the folding, just to keep it, and then that's it, the whole time. I do use them when I'm hand sewing the binding on.
Oh, do you?
Around the back.
Yeah.
Because I just find that it just holds it nicely.
See, I never hand sew bindings now.
Oh, see, I do, because it's my favourite part. Well, I love hand sewing. So there's nothing more I like than sitting under the quilt I've just made.
Oh yeah.
And sewing the binding on
Gorgeous.
the back.
Put a favourite film on.
Yep, indeed.
Gorgeous. No, I must admit I machine sew all my bindings now. It's just a time thing.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But you could for this project as well, couldn't you?
Yeah,
you could
I
flip
hand
it back.
bound.
Did you?
The back of that one, the back
So
of the
you
other one, all of
did.
them, yeah.
Wow. Dedication, that's what
I was
that
going to
is.
say, that's commitment.
It is. Will you want to iron that?
Yes, I've got
I'll get you a little ironing mat out then.
You're a babe. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm just going to
That is on.
open that, and I'll just give it a quick press, just because then I don't do this on actual quilts, but when you're doing
Don't
this.
you? I do.
Do you? I don't.
I do every time. I run along it with my nail first of all to push it away, and then I iron, and then when you flip that to the back, and then just sew in the ditch from the front, and you'll catch the back because it's wider at the back.
Yeah, I'm
so
going to
always
attach
catch it.
with things like this, I think I did on the actual sample. Yeah, I did. I'll machine sew this binding, the pocket binding on, with and not hand sew this on. But
I know we always say about, if you iron a quilt, you're flattening the quilting down.
No.
But I mean, you put it in the wash and it comes out and it's back to how it was. I mean, it doesn't make a difference, really.
that's so true.
You need to be careful heat-wise if you're using polyester bat. If the heat's too much, it can end up compressing it. But if you use the right temperature, you'll be fine.
Oh yeah.
Now I've got a picture from Louise.
Is she
the bag.
It is.
The bag.
That is the Crosses tote bag.
I used Jenny's idea with the glue stick and it worked brilliantly. I've saved the templates to use again. What do you think?
Brilliant. I love that. Do you want to know an interesting fact about that bag?
Yes, please.
My mum has made that bag about 10 times.
Ooh.
She absolutely loves
That
it.
Chris?
Yeah.
Chris, you're a legend.
Whenever she goes out shopping, out comes a different version of the Crosses tote. And she's just started using H640 for her tote bags now. Before she always used wadding.
Okay. Fabulous. Angela's got in touch from Cheshire. Nanny Angela, in fact. Hi, love watching Jenny's demos. Lovely lady and looking fabulous today too. Nanny Angela in Crewe.
Hi, best nanny in the world. I've asked her, I don't have any grandparents left now. I have asked her if she'll become my adopted grandparent.
Okay.
She's got a granddaughter and she just does the most amazing things with her. They look like they have so much fun all the time, and I just want to get involved.
Yeah, I can understand why. Nanny Angela, I think we both want a bit of that.
They're always going on adventures, and she sews for her granddaughter loads, and it's
nice.
just adorable. Just love it. I saw her at Festival of Quilts from a distance, and I recognised her, and I just shouted out, "Best nanny in the world!"
Love it.
So I'm just going to trim off the excess pocket binding there,
Okay.
and that is attached, done and dusted. It is very easy to make. I do like designing simple to sew patterns. Anything complex is a bit much.
Well, it's a nice combo of hand and machine though, isn't it?
It is. I rarely do, other than FPP, I rarely design anything that doesn't. Right, these do have directional prints. I didn't notice it before for this one, because I've only just done it. So I've already basted this onto a piece of wadding, and what I would suggest is quilt something pretty on there. Straight lines, wiggly lines, whatever you fancy lines.
I mean, the brilliant thing about this print is that you've actually got your quilting lines all ready, haven't you?
Yes.
For a nice kind of lazy diamond.
Yes. That is always good. It is handy when a project already has a fabric, already has bits that you can follow.
Anything to avoid marking the fabric for me.
That's just, especially if you've got to do loads. I use my quilt guide loads on my machine, but often I'll have to mark the first 2 lines, and then I'll use my quilt guide at its widest, so I don't have to mark any more.
I hear you.
I love that quilt guide thing. I never knew about it until I got this machine. I was like, oh well,
That little bar that sticks out. Yeah, they're really good, aren't they?
Handy things.
Yeah,
they really are. Right, so what you want to do now is take your pocket and line that up. Oh, that's a bit wide, but we'll trim that down later. Can you tell that I'm a very relaxed sewer?
I certainly can.
I'm very much not stressed
Not
if
pins?
something. I've got some, my love, thank you. I'm very much not stressed if things don't quite line up. I'm like, well, I'll just trim it down and it'll be 1/4 inch smaller than it was meant to. Not a problem, we can work with that.
There you go.
What's 1/4 inch between friends?
There you go. The sewing machine's not going to complain.
Exactly. And no one else knows what size it was meant to be.
That's right.
So I do tend to pin along here just because it will move.
Deborah's got in touch to say, love Jenny's nails. I've been admiring them too.
Oh, thank you. They've got very subtle leopard print on two of them, but you can't see it.
We're just zooming in. We'll see it. We'll see it. Hold that position.
There we go.
Oh, lovely. Now, the leopard print, has that been hand painted on?
Yes.
Or yeah, really nice. Nicely
Yeah,
done.
it was a last minute decision because what I wanted I couldn't have.
Okay.
So
What
I'll
did
have
you
that
want?
next
I
time.
want to know what you want.
I wanted coloured tips on it, but it would mean I would have needed a whole new set of nails and I only needed them infilled.
Oh, okay.
So I'll save that for next time.
Okay.
Right, so pocket wise, it is totally up to you how many pockets you have, how wide. I've given a suggestion in the pattern, but I quite like to have a smaller one that fits your scissors in nicely without them flopping down and stuff.
Yeah.
And what you do to make the things is I use my walking foot because it helps stop the pocket going down. And I will stay stitch.
And are you using the line, the sort of ditch between your piecing as your guide?
You can do. I drew on them.
You drew lines.
I did draw
Okay.
lines when I was trying to work out exactly what I wanted.
Yeah.
But you can, there's plenty of lines that you can use. You can even use in between, go right down the middle of one. So I'm just going to do something.
Yeah, why not?
Always best when you're
Yeah,
demonstrating.
it's best to do something.
I'm just going to, I can never remember what that stitch is called. Is it a stay stitch? You know when you press the little dot and it just stitches in the spot? Is it a locking stitch?
Yeah.
That's the one. I use the lock stitch at the top of the pocket.
Yeah.
You can just go back and forth if you don't have that function.
Yeah, just to reinforce it. One of my favourite things, actually, you've got to keep it straight, but I like the triple straight stitch because that gives you a really bold line, but it's also incredibly secure because you've got effectively 3 lines of stitching on top of each other.
Yeah. So many stitches. I have yet to explore all the stitches on this
I know,
machine.
I'm the same.
You know when you just don't have time to do that, so I'm just like, right, straight stitch, get it done.
Yeah.
Free motion. I'm a bit obsessed with free motion at the moment. There we go. So again, locking that stitch.
Now we have a concerned Carol. Carol,
Okay.
don't you worry, my love. Let's sort this
What
now.
are we
Who's in
concerned
County
about?
Fermanagh. She says, is there any way I could subscribe to Jenny's Moody Blue quilt? I've ordered January. I'm just concerned that I'll miss February and other months. Carol, don't you worry. Jenny? We're not offering a subscription,
We don't do that,
we?
but what I'll do is I'll always post constantly. As soon as I've got my next show date, I will let everyone know and they can pop it in their diaries, but I will, the week before my show, I will constantly post when I'm going to be on and that we're bringing it. And hopefully anyway, you guys at Sewing Street might keep a little back stock of the previous month so that then, you know, when I'm on it, if you missed February's, when I'm on in March, you can always grab them both.
Right.
But I'll be on social media, I will be on it, so don't worry. And I'll put, I send a newsletter out each month when I remember. And
what is your social media, just so we can sign up?
So my website is www.hashtagsew.com, so spelt hashtag and sew.com. My Facebook, you'll find me, Jenny Jackson. It's the photo of just me. I've got another Facebook account which is with Dylan on and stuff. So the one that's just me, that's where you get sewing updates and stuff. And then I've got a hashtag sew Facebook page, hashtag sew Instagram. I'm everywhere.
You're everywhere.
I'm everywhere.
That's fabulous. We love it. We love it.
But
so
yeah,
Carol,
don't
the thing
you
to do is
worry.
just to keep an eye out so that you can put the date in your diary. And then also, if you do miss that month, don't worry, because we are going to reprint and we'll keep stocks. Because some people, Carol, you've started with January, but some people might not decide to start or might not have the time to start until maybe March, and they'll be able to buy January, February and March all in one go.
Yeah.
All of the Moody Blues have sold out today. The pastels have sold out. So if you haven't been able to get Moody Blue or pastel, don't worry, next month We'll get more, but it will be next month now.
Oh, have they both gone now?
They've both sold out, Jenny. Well
Thanks,
done.
guys.
Congrats on a
Thank
sellout.
you, guys. Means mills.
Puffins have sold out too, I think, haven't they? Both puffins have sold out.
Oh, even the red. Oh, brilliant. Oh, thanks,
Love a puffin.
guys.
You see, producer Hannah's been bugging you.
Oh, she has been on my case ever since I was doing the animal cushions.
But she's been.
Like, when are we having a puffin?
But I think this is vindication, Jenny. I think her position's been vindicated. She was right to bug you. You were right to design it.
Yeah, anything for Hannah. So I've just added a few pockets here, and that is done. Don't worry about it being loose at the bottom or the sides, because the binding is going to close that. If you get worried that you're going to lose things, you can stay stitch all the way around the edge using a scant 1/4 inch seam allowance, just not and really close to the edge. That will just keep it in place if that makes you happy. Going to move that out the way now. Oh, and next up for that is you just need to base the backing fabric on there now.
Gotcha.
So just turn it over and base the backing on there.
But if we wanted to, we could do all the layers before we quilt it.
But you will get the pocket stitching through onto the backing. That's the only reason why I didn't add it, because I don't like seeing the pocket stitching. But actually, you're going to have it on the table or over your machine, so you won't really see it anyway.
Yeah.
But that is definitely a personal choice. Whatever you want to do, you can do.
I have a message, Jenny. Sewing Street High. What is the quilt behind you, Stuart? Well, Arlene, I'm glad you asked. Perhaps you can fill us in, Jenny. What is this beautiful quilt that's hanging behind me?
This is my needle turn Fresh as a Daisy quilt. Thank you, Lisa Lamb, for naming it for me. She's
gorgeous.
Very handy.
She's great like
I
that.
know. I just sent her a picture of it and she was like, oh, it's fresh as a daisy. And I was like, and that is now what it's called.
Gorgeous. Yeah,
so it's needle turn. I'm doing that in my next hour.
12 o'clock?
Yes. Hand sewing. And I am so excited to show this technique. You don't really see it that often.
No, you're absolutely right. And it's a gorgeous technique. Beautiful wall hanging.
I love it, yeah, or a little lap quilt or a play quilt. Or
colourways are so fresh.
Oh,
so fresh as a daisy, that is. You should call it that. Oh, you did.
I should.
That Lisa Lamb, she always gets there first.
Oh no, she's really good at it. If you're ever struggling at naming a project, send it to Lisa. She's so good at naming things.
I think if you're ever struggling, contact Lisa Lamb.
Yeah.
At all.
Just in general.
Yeah.
If you're ever struggling, give her a call.
She's awesome. We love her.
Right, so making the side flaps.
Yeah. The tabs.
The tabs.
tabs.
I've made one, and what I did was I would base this piece on.
You want some 505?
Yeah, we can do. It might stop it from
do it, Jenny Jackson.
Moving a little bit.
What size of 505 have you got? Is it the massive one?
This is the big one.
The big one.
Yeah.
The big one.
The big one. I buy this at like 6 at a time. I do.
Big's great value.
It lasts for ages. So I don't use that much.
Right.
People say that they can use like one of the small cans for one quilt, and I'm like, oh, maybe I just don't base my quilts that much.
I suppose it depends how you do it, doesn't it? Really? Yeah. You should just have a light spray.
A light spray indeed.
Yeah. Right,
so I've just basted this to the one piece of wadding, and then I'm going to lay the lining fabric on top of the printed fabric. And then I'm just going to, look at that beautiful cutting, Jen. That's sarcasm at its greatest. There we go. I'm just going to sew around 3 edges, both longer edges and one shorter edge, using 1/4 inch. Checking I've actually got that set up at 1/4 inch. I have.
Lovely.
Oh, that's all right. It's me.
I tell you what, Jenny, it's lovely to see you because I'm seeing myself in so many, like the noises you make and and I think if anyone could hear me.
And I don't hide it even when I'm on TV. I'll still make my noises. Oh yeah, it's never quiet in my sewing room. My living room, should I say.
Charlie sometimes calls through to me and he says, you do definitely like sewing, don't you? It's usually like a threading thing or whatever, or it's come unthreaded or something like that.
Snapped. Just
Yeah.
at the wrong point as
Yeah.
well. I do have a tendency not to keep an eye on my bobbin as well.
Okay.
And I could sew a good metre line and then realise that I haven't sewn a single
Bobbin
stitch.
chicken, I believe it's called, isn't
Yeah,
it? Ah.
or mine's just lack of keeping an eye on the bobbin. There we go, so I'm just going around all 3 sides. Speedy sewing. There we go. Oh, I've just seen the time, goodness. Right, so I might have to just tell you the next steps because I've just seen the time.
Well, you're our next guest. So,
Again?
as long as you won't
Fancy
upset yourself,
that.
just,
Just keep going. Yeah, so actually, we're practically done, to be honest. So what I would
I have
do...
to stand right next to you
hello.
because my microphone has just died.
Oh, no, so you need to borrow my mic.
A nation is celebrating.
I'm on this side.
Lean in.
Lean in.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Testing. What you want to do is poke out these corners really nicely, roll the seam, and then press it. Rolling the seam just helps you get that bit out. And then I top stitch all around the 3 sides you've just sewn. You can leave that side open. There's no need for extra stitching there.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. There you go. Oh look, don't we match well together?
We do actually. It's like
we
planned it.
This is quite good fun, really.
Am I back on? Oh, who knows? Not yet. No. I just wanted to mention Nikki got in touch on Facebook to ask what's the 1/4 inch stitch on the Brother FS250. It's stitch number 46.
That's a good memory.
I use it a lot.
All the time.
I use it at class.
So next up, what you want to do is the measurements are in the pattern. So you're going to take one of your side flaps or tabs and the other one and place it so the raw edges are against the side of your mat or cover. The pocket's down here. And what you can do is stay stitch these again, like I said, less than 1/4 inch in, just close to the edge, keep those in place. I tend to pin them as well, just so that they stop flapping around. And then you're going to add your binding all the way around. I've got binding, not going to have time to bind, but I've made it.
Okay.
My mum can finish this off. It's practically done for her. She's got easy
Easy
job.
job there,
Easy
Chris.
job.
Easy job. It's an afternoon.
Yeah, so you add the binding, and then after you've added the binding, you just add your Velcro. The measurements are on the pattern where to add it. You'll add one here, one here. If you want to sew it on and you don't want the stitches sewing through the side, work out the measurements that are in there, and you could sew it on before you sew the 2 pieces together.
Just sew it onto your lining.
Yeah, just sew it onto your lining, and again down here sew it onto this lining before you baste it onto here. It does give it extra strength if you do.
Yeah, it's a fab project. I love it.
It's really quick.
Yeah.
Once you've
Well,
done
you've
the
got
hand
your sit and
sewing,
sew, yeah.
you can just whack it out really, really quickly,
Love it.
which is always handy.
Absolutely gorgeous. Yet another wonderful project from Jenny Jackson. So let me just remind you of the 2 options. We'll start with the purple, pink, magenta. Lovely. So you get your full printed panel, everything there that you need pattern-wise, all of your EPP shapes, your base, your side tabs. Then you get 1.5 meters of this gorgeous magenta hot pink solid fabric for your pocket lining and the backing of the cover. You get all of your sturdy paper piece shapes, and as Jenny said, you can use these over and over and over again.
Keep using them.
Keep using them, keep using them. So you can do a scrappy version as well. And then you've got full measurements, full instructions for actually making your project up. The only thing you're going to need to add is either some basic quilt wadding, or you could use H640. Basting spray is useful, and a reel of thread.
And a little bit of Velcro, yeah, tiny
Velcro.
bit of Velcro. You don't need much.
So that's your purple pink version. We've also got the original, which is the greys, the mustard, the gold, and that little bit of aqua. Been really popular. If you've got Jenny's sewing kit that you did a few months ago.
Yeah, it's a hexy zippy slip pouch.
Cool. It'll match. So you've got your panel, you've got 1.5 meters of gold, you've got your paper pieces and your pattern, $34.99. Okay, we're going to go to a little break now.
Indeed.
Jenny, we've just got time to go and change. Joking. We'll see you after this.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Just putting my seams hand cream on. I do this regularly. It's lovely. Okay. Now, talking of lovely, Jenny Jackson.
Hi again. Going nowhere today.
No, you're really not. We've got your own special space. Jenny's here with two more fabulous projects, brand new projects. We're going to start with the floral EPP. Now this has become a bit of a regular thing now, hasn't it?
This is the last one because it was seasonal. So I've done autumn, winter, summer and spring is the fourth one.
Okay. It's beautiful.
So I just thought you could change your wall hangings with the seasons.
Love it. Tulips, what a harbinger of spring. It's gorgeous. A quarter of the stock has already flown into baskets and been checked out. So if you want to get your last instalment of Jenny's seasonal EPP wall hangings, it's the tulips for spring. Today is your day. All right. Tell me about the project, Jenny.
Well, I mean, it looks like a piece of fabric, but when you go up close, it's hexagon sewn together using the same pattern matching technique as you saw earlier on the Puffin. So you just get the hex. There you go. You can see them then. Yeah, so it's hexagons sewn together. It's a really relaxing project.
Beautiful. I love it. It's very photographic.
Yes, they all are.
Gorgeous, really gorgeous. And I remember we did the winter together last with the little lodge.
Yeah, the log cabin with the
log cabin.
Yeah, with the snow.
Yeah,
yes.
beautiful. But this is spring and I'm ready for spring.
Same.
I don't know about you. I'm ready for the colour, the warmth, the light, the flowers. Here they are in EPP form. That is beautiful. What size is the wall hanging?
Yeah.
Good.
Is the answer to that.
Excellent. Good.
Do you know, you would think it's 21 by 29 and a half.
Oh, brilliant.
There
Thank
you go.
Thank you. All right, super. So, if you want to make your EPP, it's hexagons, am I right?
It is 1.5 inch.
Regular hexagons. So in your pack, you get full instructions, how to EPP. So you don't assume that people know how to EPP to make this project?
No, never, in any of my patterns.
Awesome. Full instructions for how to EPP. All of your paper pieces, well, they're not paper, are they? They're card,
Yeah.
really. Let's be honest. They're great quality card. You can use them over and over and over again. You get all of the shapes that you need. And then, to make it super approachable, friendly, easy, you get your fabric panel. So rather than having to fussy cut lots of individual shapes, you've got
a big
the
one, yeah.
whole design all printed out. We cut on the black line, right?
We do indeed.
Don't include any of the white. Cut out all your shapes, base them around your card, and then sew them together. Do you know what? I just love that. I think that's so cool. I would layer and quilt that.
Yeah, even with
As an
without even,
abstract
yeah.
Tulip, yeah. I couldn't resist. And then you've got extra fabric, and it's sort of almost like a style guide.
Yeah, it's the picture of it, yeah.
Yeah, this is what you're going to end up creating. You've also got some labels up here that you can add to your project if you'd enjoy, or save them for another project. Everything printed on there.
And those 4 hexes are spare hexes, don't think? Yeah, they're just spare hexagons to use.
I'm going to point those out because I wondered.
Just so you don't think they're part of the design. They're not. They're
Yeah.
just 4 extra hexes that you can do what you want with.
I'm glad we mentioned that because I could imagine me at 4 a.m, you know, madly still trying, where do these fit?
Yes, I must have mixed up my my rows somewhere.
Cool. So that's the first project, $24.99 for that. Half the stock gone. If you're going to get this, you're going to need to get it quickly. All right. Okay, I'm not going to muck about with that. That's going to sell out. Right, the other project, brand new.
Yeah.
I just want to introduce it. It is the Fresh as a Daisy wall hanging. Now we've got 2 different options. If you want to make the version that's hanging behind me, that is with the most delicious solids bundle I think we've ever had on Sewing Street.
I absolutely love picking solid bundles. I did another one for
Did you design this? Did you pick all these?
I did.
I love it.
I did another one for, it was my Scrappy Hexy box pouch, and I picked the colours for that as well. I just love it. I love doing that. So much so that Hayley sent me a colour card for it.
I bet she
did.
did.
Knows that I love picking them.
I bet. I have got a colour card too, actually. Yeah, special gang. Those are the colours. Look at those. They are stunning. The price is incredible on this as well. You get fat 8ths of all of those colours. There are 10? 12.
Yeah.
12 fat 8ths. You also get your background fabric, a metre of background fabric in lovely winter white, and then you get your pattern, your full instructions on how to do needle turn applique, and then in here, now this isn't EPP, but I've got shapes in here.
I know, it's because I've pre-cut some of your templates that you'll have to draw around instead of you having to trace them and finding a decent card, because there's only so many times you can draw around paper before it goes all floppy.
Yeah.
That I thought I'll give you a couple of shapes of each to draw around.
Get you started.
Why not?
I love that. I love that. Already, a quarter of this stock has gone. Just like that. I love this project. Do I have enough fabric in there to do the binding?
Yeah, you do.
Ooh,
Scrappy binding.
That's amazing.
It works really nicely.
You know what I'm going to ask? What's the size of that project?
And you know what I'm going to say? Yeah.
Oh,
I think it's 36-inch square. So let me. Yeah, it is.
That's
I remembered.
amazing. That's amazing. For $29.99, you could put buttons. You could put embellishments, you could put little beads, embroidery.
You could really fancy it up on the petals and everything.
Beautiful. But I also love the simplicity as well. While I'm getting the next pack out, Sue wants to know, hello Jenny, are you going to the Southwest Quilt Show at Newton Abbot in February?
No, I'm not, I'm afraid. I am in Ardingly next week, which is in the south of England. It is just by a town called Haywards Heath, 20 minutes from Brighton. I've got a stand there. Yeah, so it's just outside of Haywards Heath.
Cool.
I've got a stand there for all 3 days of it next week.
I've got friends who live there.
Friday,
Sue and
Saturday.
Colin.
Oh, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So I am there.
Now the other version that we've got is an Alison Glass version. Now you're grinning from ear to ear because you adore Alison Glass.
So much. She's my fave. Well, you can tell that from my book, can't you? Because
You really
it's literally
can.
just Alison Glass.
Now can we just see
Yes.
the sample, please?
So-
Do you want us to hold it up or leave it flat? Hold it up.
I've gone out of my way this time to even nearly do the whole thing
Ooh, just go
instead
that
of
way
just
a
a
bit.
little bit of demo
That's perfect.
because I absolutely
Oh.
love the fabrics. Because
That is gorgeous. That adds a lot of extra dimension.
Isn't it
Really beautiful. Again, if you come closer and have a look at these fabrics, they look stunning. Look at those.
I'm basically
Alison Glass.
finishing this off and keeping it for myself.
I bet you are. I bet you are. It's a brand new collection from Alison Glass. You get 12 fat 8s plus your metre of background fabric, so you can still make your scrappy binding. You have all the fabrics you need for $33.99. I thought it was going to be a lot more than the solids because this is Alison Glass. But that's amazing. So let me show you the fabrics that you get here. They are, again, glorious.
They are so scrummy. I love
They are
them.
scrummy. And we don't sell fat 8s. So you know what? Even if I just wanted the fabrics, I'd just do that.
I know, I always request it because when you're doing things like Applique and EPP, if I'm not using panels, I rarely need, I want loads of different prints,
Yep.
but I don't need a fat quarter at all.
Right,
So
I get
fat
that.
8s are perfect to keep the costs down because if that was all fat quarters, it would be a lot more expensive.
It really would.
And you don't need that
That's
either.
right.
So
I'll just show you what a fat 8th is. It's half of a fat quarter. So size-wise, it's approximately 9 inches by 21 inches, where your fat quarter is 18 inches by 21 inches. So it's like a fat quarter's been split across the middle, across the waistline.
yeah, and it's still loads of fabric.
Loads of fabric
when you're
there.
doing like projects that don't require.
Plenty more than you actually need even there, isn't it?
Oh yeah, even if you use the binding, you'll still have some scraps that you can keep for a scrappy hexy project or something.
Yummy, yummy. Love that version, absolutely gorgeous. Plus all your instructions and some card templates to get you started. I love that, $33.99. So we've got 3 projects to choose from. Now, I just want to mention before we go any further, your favourite thread for doing EPP, but also amazing for needle turn applique, is this set of Aurifil threads.
Is that open? I've got an open one here.
Can I borrow that one,
Yeah,
please?
of course you
Thank
can.
you. So this is a set of 5 neutrals. Now I see bright colours, we see bright colours, but this is neutrals. Can we really needle turn applique using these colours?
Always. You don't really see the stitching and it's really thin, amazing cotton. And I tend to use a light grey for nearly everything.
Yep.
Unless I'm sewing loads of white fabric. We might be
we've got a
sewing this
white.
onto the background that's white, but actually your thread is mostly going to be going through. If your thread is going to be seen, it will be seen on the shapes, not the background fabric. So I've used light grey. Or if those were darker tones of fabrics, I would have used a dark grey.
dark
You know,
grey.
if they were really, really dark blues,
Yep.
dark pinks, I probably would have used a dark grey.
Yep.
But-
or this sort of muddy buff colour in the centre is one of my favourites as well. 80 weight.
Yes.
So fine, virtually disappears. You know, a lot of very traditional appliques will use silk thread, very fine silk thread, which is super expensive. This is a fantastic. You get so much thread on the reel in all of the colours that you need. Perfect for hand piecing, perfect for hand applique, whatever the colour you're working with.
Yeah, I use it. That's all I use.
We love it. We love it. Okay, I'll give you your threads back.
Thank you.
I'll just show you the Alison Glass bundle one more time. Those are the fabrics right there that you're getting, plus pattern.
Oh, you want
and
to
I'll
see
just
this
show you the finished sample again. So you've got the solids version up on the wall. So that has a lovely, fresh, simple look to it. The patterned version, I think, has a bit more depth.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Now, once everyone's checked out of the Alison Glass, we're sold out. So if you do want the Alison Glass, you're going to need to get a wiggle on. Because it's about to sell out. All right, we're going to start with the tulips EPP, the seasonal EPP. So, over to you.
Right, I'm just going to pop this here so it keeps it weighted down. Right, so I've done the demo for all the other wall hangings as well. So this is just a quick one because I am so excited of showing you the needle turn applique because I just love it. So exactly the same situation as the Puffin from earlier, cut out in rows. So in hexagons, they will go up, down, that'll be the row. So you want to cut those and then put the fabric you're using last in the row at the bottom of your pile and the first one's on the top. It's all about organisation. I get through so many of those little sticky notes. I try and save them because I just have 1, 2, 3, 4 written on them all. And I try and save them and don't throw them away so I can just keep using them because I've always got lines to sew.
I saw them, you used to, I don't know if you can still buy them, these little, they were cards and they had a hole cut in them, like a hole punch hole. So you lay them on top and then you pushed a pin in and back out again through the hole.
You mean paper pieces?
Well, no, they were just to number rows with.
Oh,
it was a set. There was about 25 of them, so you could do 25 rows, and then they were A, B, C, D, so you could use them for rows or columns. And genius,
genius.
Yeah.
I need those in my life.
I'll have to see if we can source them.
Yeah, so it's exactly the same as the Puffin, but this time you're sewing hexagons. I've done one line. Added one hexagon to this row. So what I would do next is I would sew up this line, along this one, and down that one. But once I'd done this line and this line, I won't knock my thread off, but I will remove that card template. And then carry on down this line, add the next one, and so on. Because I really do like to try and bend my card the least amount possible. So it's right sides together again. So I love 1.5 inch hexagons. It's like everything comes together really quickly with them.
Yeah, good
but they're
size,
not too
aren't
big
they?
to handle. So I'm going to use my clip as well, just to keep it in place. And again, exactly the same as before. We're going to go in here. Just take up a few threads from the fabric and do a whip stitch across. The lovely thing about EPP is once you've done it, it doesn't matter what shape it is, it's the same technique. You don't need to do anything differently. You just have to work out what shapes you're sewing together. Again, I will sew this whole row on before I go back and sew down the sides of the shape, because do you know what, it just seems the right thing to do for me, because then I don't have to knock my thread off. I can just keep going across the line.
No, agreed, definitely. And do you ever use thread conditioner or beeswax or anything like that?
I have my own.
Do you?
Yeah. Little #sew one.
Oh, you do? It's actually your branded.
It is. So, you know Jen Hogg from the Sewing Bee?
Yeah.
So she makes them and she's branded me my own.
Oh, it's adorable. I love it.
So she's like my wholesaler. And she just made me some gorgeous little ones, and I absolutely love it. I don't sew without thread conditioner.
I was talking with Jen actually about coming on Sewing Street.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah, she's awesome.
Oh yeah, she's great. I do order a few bits from her. I do subscription boxes, so people pay every month, and every other month they get a subscription box, which is a brand new pattern. Blah, blah, blah. And I often order bits from her as the little extra gifts that you get in there.
She does some really nice, like you say, little bits that are just lovely.
And it's nice to support little small businesses like her. So I would rather, I enjoy doing that. And she designs them for me as well, which is lovely.
That's awesome.
Yeah, she's a good one. But yeah, so thread beeswax, it just, if you get a knot like I've just here, They just pull out, your knots pull out so much easier. You don't have to worry about Aurifil fraying, because sometimes you would use thread wax to stop your thread fraying. Aurifil doesn't fray, no matter how many times you go back and forth through. I've never had Aurifil fray here, you know, down the side where like the fibres start coming out.
Yes.
It also just strengthens it. Obviously 80 weight is very fine. That little extra layer of wax just gives it that little extra strength, really. But if you're finding your thread snapping, you're just pulling it too hard.
Yeah.
So the tension for EPP, you do not need. I think some people feel like they've got to tug it now to tighten your thread, but you really don't. If you've noticed, I literally don't add any tension onto that.
No.
Obviously don't use loose stitches at all.
But almost a very slight bit of movement in there is better, because at the end of the day, your quilt needs to be able to manipulate and move. And if everything's too tight, any kind of tension on it's going to snap somewhere.
Yeah.
You know.
You just don't like, if I'm pulling here, as soon as the thread touches the fabric again, then that's plenty.
Yep.
Plenty. So then here, because I've got the edge piece in, I would need to bend my template slightly. Don't do a crease though, don't actually fold it, just bend it over like this. There's no need to put a crease in.
And as soon as you can, you take the card shapes out
Yes,
anyway,
it's only the
don't you?
edge pieces I tend to keep in, but like I said, if you're not sewing another shape onto that edge piece, you can just press and remove it.
Yeah. Cool. The details on screen are for that Aurifil Calm collection. And I'm just going to say something now. Yes, it is expensive. Do you remember that advert years ago? It was for a beer and it used to say reassuringly expensive. Do you remember that ad? Well, I actually think that Aurifil thread is reassuringly expensive. Do you know what I mean?
I don't even think it's expensive,
Well,
because the amount of thread you get on it.
You get masses.
You know, when I wrote my book, I mostly used light grey and white, maybe some dark grey. I only ran out of one reel of one of the colours. The other still had it on.
For the entire
book.
book.
And that's 18 English paper piece projects.
Wow.
Loads, I think 4 or 5 full-sized quilts in that, all EPP'd. So actually, when you break it down to how many metres do you get on it?
274 metres on each spool.
Yeah. So that is a lot compared with the other ones where you don't actually get. I used to get through the other ones like
I just think, you know, for people who are used to buying perhaps a reel of thread, you know, that's like, you know, £1 a reel or something like that,
then,
it can seem
expensive.
But it should be reassuringly expensive, because this is literally the thing that's holding your quilt together.
It is, and also if you're worried about your stitches showing, often that is to do with the thread as well.
Yeah.
Because if you're using even the 50 weight Aurifil, your thread is more likely going to show around the front than it is with the 80, because it is so thin. It's nice to see some stitches because it does give that handmade feel. But sometimes if you're put off of doing EPP because you're like, oh, all I can see is my stitching, it's possibly because of your thread.
Use the 80 and also fine needle.
Oh yeah.
Now, I'm just thinking, Jen, should we get a wiggle on? Because I know you want loads of time for your needle turn.
I do. So let me pop that one away and I'll just set up my needle turn.
Now, the thread is totally suitable for, and in fact would be my recommendation for, needle turn applique. Or invisible applique.
Indeedy. Right, sorry, just got to get myself sorted.
Jenny, can we just, before you get everything out in front, can we just slide the project onto the table? Because I think it's really worth looking at the dimension that you get with needle turn applique. If you've only ever done fused applique before, which is incredibly flat on the, this looks like there's wadding inside the petals. You almost have to get down to the level of the table and look across.
Can we see? Can you see that? It's really hard. You can see it's kind of like puffed almost.
Yeah.
But not really. Just a little lovely
And if you just
kind
tilt
of-
it backwards slightly, yeah, just very slightly, not as much as that, but yeah, you can really
you can see on the yellow bit there, can't you?
Yeah. It really stands proud. You get dimension.
Yes.
And you really only get that with needle turn applique.
Yeah.
And it's the seam allowances underneath, isn't it, that
It
help
is
to fill it out.
indeed.
Will you show us how? Because this is
Oh,
something we all
yes.
need to know how to do.
Indeed. Just need to thread a needle and get my bits out. There
And
we
again,
go.
this is very portable because it's handwork.
Oh yeah, definitely. So, starters, you want to get your fabric, work out where you want each fabric. And, oh, I feel very unorganised now. I think it's because we switched straight from one project to
Don't
another.
worry, while you get yourself organised, I just need to let everybody know at home just how little Alison glass we've got left. We've got 18 kits left, that's all, and we started off with a really good stock of these, and we've just 18 left. So if you want to go for Alison glass, details are on screen right now for that. If you want fresh as a daisy in the pastel rainbow, like behind me, we'll give you those details in a second. Gorgeous bundle. Do you know what? I just want the fat 8s. Honestly, I think they're stunning. I saw this last night and I said, oh my goodness, have we got that bundle of fabric? It's like, no, they're in a kit. And I was like, okay, then I need the kit because I need that range of solids. They're beautiful. $29.99 for this. And you get the most gorgeous array of pastel solids, pattern, background fabric. You get a metre of that. Your templates, the lot. Gorgeous. Right, Jenny, where are we?
Colour makes me so happy.
It's really exciting.
I could spend hours choosing fabrics and colours to go together. Right, so these are the templates that I've provided you with. Just a couple of each shapes because they're thicker than just slightly thicker than my EPP card. But it's perfect to draw around. Whereas if you do have the templates in the back of the pattern, but obviously if you trace them just onto paper, once you've drawn around them once, they're gonna go funny, if that makes sense. So what you want to do is you want to have your fabric for needle turn applique right side up.
Okay.
And that is where you're gonna draw. So I use the controversial pens because I love them.
Yeah.
You do need a pen that will wash out if you plan on washing it, or erase out. Heat removable ones are ideal because you're definitely going to need to iron this project before you quilt it.
And we draw on the right side.
We do, the right side of the fabric.
And this is our finished size.
It is indeed.
So no seam allowance included
But
in
make
applique
sure you
templates.
have, not in these templates, but make sure you have got enough fabric around the edge to cut
Yep.
a 1/4 inch around it,
Yep.
outside the drawn line. So I've drawn this on. There's a few different shapes. So on this one, I've got it an extra note in the pattern. You want to make sure when you put this on that you have it in the right direction, facing the right way. So if you were to put it that way, your flowers will end up going the wrong way round, which isn't really an issue, but you would need to make sure that you do them all the exact same way.
Okay.
Right, so this way is pointing that way. If you do it that way, it's pointing this way.
But what's good to know is because you're marking your template on the right side of the fabric, the
Yeah.
template goes the way that you want the
Exactly
You don't have to start
that.
flipping or reversing anything.
Yes, because if you have, so this way is the right way and then this is the other template, which is here,
Yeah.
you would want that going that way.
Yeah.
So if you do happen to use this, you're going to want that going that way, away from the
Understood.
bend. Does that make sense?
Yes,
so just
it
make
does.
sure, I've got extra notes to remind you in the pattern. So what you want to do is then you want to cut out approximately 1/4 inch round the drawn line. I would say don't cut more than 1/4 inch because then there's more bulk to turn over.
Right.
So just going to air cut this.
So you just
it's
add that
easier.
1/4 inch by eye.
Oh yes, if you're good at that. I mean, you can go round and draw 1/4 inch round it all. I've gone very wonky, don't mind.
But that's okay.
It is okay. I'm not bothered.
No.
My tip My tip for when you're using this shape here, it's full of tips today, aren't I? This is a very tight curve. So when you get here, cut less than 1/4 of an inch from the drawn edge. Just slightly less, because you have got a lot of seam allowance to push under that corner. Also, I've cut one cut actually, which will probably make more sense. Oh, it's folded. So you can see I've got slightly less seam allowance. If you have a curve that's going in, then you need to snip into that curve, but not all the way up to your drawn line, because that's going to help that curve fold under. But only if the curve is going in. If the curve is going out, it's not a problem.
Okay, don't clip.
Don't clip. So circles, the petals, no need to clip. In fact, in this project, this is the only shape you need to clip in that curve. And also that you need to cut slightly smaller seam allowance there.
Okay.
Right, so that is what you would do for all of your shapes. I suggest lining them up in a row along your fat 8, sorry, because then we've still got this lovely strip here. That's spare fabric now.
Hurrah!
That's all I'll need
Binding.
for the petals. So if you cut this way, then you've got a really nice 21-inch strip for the binding, whereas if you were to cut all your petals down here, you'd end up with a shorter piece. So cut along the longer end, the length.
You'll get there.
3 hours in.
Yeah.
And I can't talk. I don't know how you do it for that many hours. Righty ho. So needle turn applique. I am going to have to thread my, where is it? Do you know what? That's a new grey. Here's an open grey. Oh look, see, still got loads on
I
it,
know.
but you can
So
tell
that's
how
the
much
one
I've
you
done.
used for the book?
No, I've done a lot. The book's nearly a year ago since it was released. Sewn many a pattern since then. So I'm just going to run with the thread wax. You just run your thread straight through it. I've got my needle. Right, a tip for needles, because you want a small eye. Take the needle to the thread. Oh, and it's not going to go right on TV, is it? There we go, straight down. Don't have much thread flapping around, because it is harder to thread then. Then you're just going to knot the bottom of your thread. I tend to knot it a good couple of times. It's not, I tend to definitely always knot more than once, because it's just that security of knowing that knot is not going to come through the fabric once you've poked a hole in the fabric.
Okay.
Because you don't need that.
No.
There we go. So the layout is obviously all written in the pattern. A must for this. I did ask if they could get them in to sell today, but I don't know if they have.
Oh, the applique pins.
Yeah.
We'll have a look and see. Hannah's
They're
going to have a
an
look and see.
absolute must. You don't want long pins, because the pieces are not big that you're working with. And these little applique pins are absolute genius.
Those are the clover.
They are.
Gorgeous, aren't they?
So, once I've sewn this piece on, so we start in the middle and do this flower first.
Okay.
And that's really good, because it gets you used to doing it. And then you're going to add a stem and then a flower. So I've added a stem, just deciding which one. I think I want the darker one first. And what you want to do is you want to add one petal first. The other thing nice about needle turn is there's no measuring. There's no need to. You don't want every space between the petals exactly the same.
No.
Because you want a really free-flowing handmade feel to this. So no need to measure.
Right.
What you tend to want to do is have your seam allowance almost or touching the previous piece of fabric you've sewn on.
Right, because
Does
my
that make sense?
natural reaction would be to move it away so there was a gap.
No, so you can either have it touching, or as you can see, I've got a tiny gap there in between. But if you think about it, if you move it really far away, then once you've tucked your seam allowance under,
it's even
that's
further.
going to be even further. So don't
Yeah.
let your eye trick you.
Gotcha.
You're still 1/4 of an inch away from that. So
Now, Jenny, just for you, we've put the Clover applique pins on screen, $6.99.
do it, honestly.
$150. They're great, aren't they?
I couldn't do this without, because the longer your pin, your thread's going to get caught in the pin. It's going to drive you mental.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so these are just perfect. So what I do is I pin these, and I've just realised, I think, oh no, I haven't, I've put my needle there. How sensible. That's shocking.
Ooh.
I'm forever losing my needles when I'm on here.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. So you just need 2 pins on that, and you want to sew this on before you add another shape. Don't pin all of them on, because you can't, because of the seam allowance now about to disappear. You don't want to put all of them on, because you're going to get it all spread out wrong. So here we go. Needle turn applique. If you've not seen it before, I am obsessed with it. Expect many more patterns to come. So I've knotted my thread, and what you want to do is not going through the backing fabric, only through the piece of fabric you want to sew on. You want to take your needle up so it lands on your drawn line. There we go. I'm hoping I can show this well, and then take that up. So you've not gone through the back. So if you went through the back, you would then have thread all the way from the front to the back, and that would stop your seam allowance from turning in properly, because that little piece of thread would actually get in the way. You wouldn't think it would, but it actually would. Suggestion, always start on the least curved part of a shape. If it's a circle, it doesn't matter. Try not to start on a tighter curve. I would say start on the straightest edge. Another tip, if you're not using curved shapes, never start on a corner.
No.
Because that's going to turn into a disaster. Start on the straightest edge possible. If I'm doing this shape here, I'll start right in the middle here and go around. Just
Oh,
works.
nice
Just
little
works.
message there for our director. Our director's the unsung hero. Well done, Bruce. Cracking camera angles. Thank you. There he is. Look, you've made his day, Hayley.
Oh yeah, because I've
You've
given
made
him a
his day.
challenge, haven't I?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm thrilled to see Jenny doing needle turn applique. I discovered it during lockdown. I can't get enough. Please, can we have more? Brilliant demo.
And you can have as much as you like. I love designing it, so I will be back with many more. So what you want to do now is, as the name suggests, you want to turn your seam allowance in with your needle turn. You want to turn in about 1/2 an inch at a time. So you just get the side of your needle towards the pointed end, and you just tuck that seam allowance in and use your non-sewing hand to hold that seam allowance in place. Obviously, I'm going to make it look more fiddly than it is, because I'm trying to do it at an angle that's not natural.
No,
Does that make sense?
absolutely works. It's perfect.
So there you go. I've tucked that tiny bit in, and what you then want to do, so that stitch you made to come up is on the edge now of the shape. So what you want to do is you want to go straight down where that stitch is, where the thread is, but onto the backing fabric, plush against the side of your shape. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah. And then you can either take your thread all the way into the back, depending on how you like to sew, or I've just taken it through to the back, and then it's going to be easier for me just to come up again a few millimeters from where I originally put the needle through, this time going through the edge of the shape that I'm appliquing on, basically just along from where you pulled the thread through in the first place. Can we see that well?
Yeah,
We
absolutely.
can?
Thank you.
Brilliant. So there you go. You're going to pull that. I'm catching everything, aren't I? I do not stand and do this at home, I have to say. Right, so I've still got enough pulled through here that I'm going to go again. You're going to go straight down, don't go at an angle, go straight down, and then along a few millimeters, less than 1/4 of an inch along, definitely. And as you can see, so you're basically coming back up on your drawn line, which is where you folded it. So straight down again and up on that edge here. What you can do before you put the shape on is you can actually finger press around your drawn line. Finger press your seam allowance in, and that will already give you a slight fold, which might help you when you're beginning to get that in, get that seam allowance in and under. There's also a technique of placing the fabric down onto a piece of foil, folding it over and pressing on top of the, folding the seam allowance over, then the foil over the seam allowance and pressing. That also helps, but that's not really turning it in with your needle at all.
No.
You don't really need to, and I really like this tradition. I find it really relaxing using the traditional one. So again, straight down and then back up on the edge.
So you've needle turned under like 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch of seam allowance. You're sewing. At what point do you start thinking about turning the next 1/4 to 3/8?
Really, as soon as you've only got about 1/4 of an inch before you're going to run out.
So don't wait until you've got right to the point.
No, about
you get like a little point then, don't you?
Yeah, especially if you're going around a tight curve. Yeah. So I've got about 1/4 of an inch now left.
Yep.
So what I'm going to do is then take my needle, she says. This is doing it in the air, isn't it? Leaning over. There we go. I just need a bit more pressure. I'm trying to be too gentle. And tuck that in. And you can retuck like this. And then, like I said, hold it with your non-sewing thumb. And then start again, straight down, back up that side where your drawn line is. Like I said, if you really take your time with this, you can pretty much get your stitches invisible. But I rarely do. You can usually see my stitches around the edge slightly, but again, it's a handmade project. It looks really nice if you can see some little stitches.
Yeah. Less than 10 of the Alison glass left now. If you want the Alison glass, you'll need to be quick.
Again, this is a good, like you said, portable holiday project. Because you really don't need much.
No.
If you haven't pre-cut your fabric before you go away, all you need is a pen, a needle, some fabric scissors, and some thread and pins, and you're away from the templates. So as you can see, still got a little bit folded in, but it doesn't look so much because I'm on a corner. So you're just gonna, I tend to, when I'm going around a tight corner, I only tend to do just less than 1/2 an inch turn in at a time.
So you might only do one stitch.
One stitch and then turn again. Yeah, but that's what I tend to do when I'm going around a tighter
I think the biggest
curve.
mistake that people make when they're trying to do needle turn is to try and turn under too much in one go.
Definitely, especially around the edges.
Yeah.
Like the, corners.
Yeah.
Tight corners, tight curves. You do want to just turn as you go. 1 or 2 stitches tops before you want to turn the next bit in.
Yeah. And if you do try and turn too much under, you'll see it straight away, because instead of a curve, what you'll have is a shape that looks like a 50p piece. You'll have a series of straight lines.
And it's really, if you're not happy with it, once you've gone round a curve, it's really easy. Just unthread your needle and just unpick those 2 stitches by just looping your needle, putting your needle through the loop and just undo them and try again. It is, you get into the swing of it really quickly, even if you've never done much before. And then tuck that fabric around the corner nicely under here, like that. And still see a little bit there, so I just want to get that tucked under and away. Then we're going to go straight down and back up here. Oh, and I'm not happy with that one, so I'm just going to, you can just push it in slightly with your needle again. And then that's made that curve a lot nicer just by literally pushing in, even though it's already under.
Yeah, you can manipulate fabric to quite an extent, can't you?
Oh, you really can. And even though this looks like a big bit of fabric to deal with, it's really not a problem. at
Yeah.
all. It's just, you just move your fabric around and, you know, yes, the background fabric will crease nicely, but you just iron it afterwards. But it is so relaxing. I'm definitely going to finish this off.
Good lighting makes a world of difference with a task like this, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, definitely. I use my light at home as well, my native lighting light, because because I'm in a basement, so natural light is never good. But I do like having it over my shoulder.
Yeah.
There we go. So we're just going round and round and round. And when you get back to the beginning, you just take your needle all the way through the back and knot it off at the back.
Cool.
Stitch into the shape you've just done, as in don't knot it off on the outside onto the backing fabric.
Right.
Just take up a little bit of the backing fabric behind the shape you've just sewn and knot it off like that. Well, that's how I do it. And it works really well. So I'm sticking to that way.
Yeah. Well, use your method, if it works. It's such a relaxing project, such a relaxing method.
Oh yeah, that's why I got carried away and did so much of the demo sample.
I was going to say, it's
because
amazing, you've almost finished it.
Honestly, in my head I was like, right, I'm going to sew the middle flower on and then I'll just show you how to add a stem and another flower.
Yeah.
And then I added a stem and a flower, another stem, another flower, and then I was like, I've really got to leave something to show.
One flower.
Also, I thought that it would be really nice to see how the Alison Glass fabric works.
I'm really glad you did
in case you can't
that.
visualise it, because it can be really hard to visualise.
We've got 3 kits left. Sorry, no. 8 kits left.
Of the
23.
which one?
Okay. We've got a lovely message from Andrea. Never seen this before. Used to hate hand sewing until Jenny got me hooked on EPP. Looking forward to giving it a go. Thanks for a new technique. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah, if you love EPP, you're going to love this. If you love EPP.
For sure.
100%
It's the same stitch really, isn't it?
It is a whip stitch. Yeah, exactly that. You don't have to go down all the way. You know how I was saying, you can, if you find it easier, straight down. You can pull your thread all the way out.
Yeah. Some people do their applique in a hoop.
Yeah.
June's given us a great tip. Love this tip, June. I best press my fabric when I do needle turn applique. Love, June. So best press your fabric, then cut your shapes.
That's a good idea
nice
too.
Crisp edge.
See, I've gone off. Now I've pulled that. It just goes to show whatever you're used to works best. I've pulled that all the way through to the back and my needle out.
Yeah.
And now I've got confused. I like to
You've lost your mojo now.
I have.
We've already got a request for your next project. Keep them coming, won't you? Hannah wants to do it, to do an anteater, please.
Oh, that's for
an anteater.
That's for a pattern matched EPP.
I'm joking. Come on, Hannah, tell me. Linda's asked, with needle turn applique, she finds the points most difficult. So could you demonstrate them next time, please?
Yep, you mean the
stitching up to a point?
An actual point.
Yes.
Of course I can.
Yes. Inner and outer.
Sure.
The best shape, I would say, is a heart.
Yes,
because you do an inner and an outer point, don't you?
You do. You do indeed. I will get on that. And even if I design a pattern that doesn't specifically have that shape in it, what I'll do is I'll cut a scrap of fabric and I will just demonstrate that on the side anyway. Just in case, because I might not design something with a particular that kind of point.
Well, we've got 2 minutes, and then I'm doing the menu.
Oh, okay, sure.
So no.
Don't know. Next time.
Next time, please.
I will just cut another piece of fabric and show you. Not
Great question from Louise. Is there interfacing behind the backing fabric, please? Louise from Shropshire.
There's nothing. You're only sewing little shapes on at a time, really, in the scheme of things. So you're not going to pucker the fabric. And you don't pull too tight, and it's all good.
Alison Glass, see now, I must be psychic. There are 3 of the Alison Glass bundles left now, and 25 in baskets.
I'm just happy sewing.
We do have the solid version as well, which I'm just going to remind you of because it's my personal favourite. We've got fewer than 20 of these. I love the crisp cleanness of these. They are gorgeous, really fresh as a daisy, in fact. Pattern, paper pieces, background, the lot. Now, I need to do the menu. So, Jenny, I'm going to say an enormous, above and beyond thank you for today.
Oh, thank you. It's been a good day.
It's been incredible. Thank you so much. And congrats on all the sellouts.
Thank you.
When are you back?
Thank everyone at February. I'm here for the birthday week.
Awesome. Look forward to it.
Yeah.
Right, time to do the menu. Brand new guest tomorrow, and it's the start of our Managers Special week. So 8 a.m. Manager Special with the debonair Scott Stone. At 9 o'clock, we got a brand new guest. I am super excited to introduce to you Nancy Morland, who is here with the Hen Party Quilt. This is a doozy of a project. It is fabulous. At 10 o'clock, Scott's back with the Manager's Special, and then at 11 o'clock, Nancy Morland is back with another adorable project, this time an embroidery sampler book. Now at 12 o'clock, we head on over to Yarn Lane with Sam Sabido for the Spring Cheer blanket crochet along, and I've seen this. It is a knockout. If you want to get a little advanced look at that, check out Sam Sabido's Instagram. All right, it's time for me to go. Thank you so much for a wonderful few days. It's been a laugh, hasn't it? Love you all. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you very soon.